Missing in Yosemite, the Stacy heiress disappearance. Hey guys, I hope everyone's having a great day. But if you're not, I've got you covered. Today I'm going to be sharing a truly strange and tragic story. So sit back, relax, be sure to elbow that like button in the face, and subscribe to the channel if you're new, it helps us grow. Today's story takes us back to the summer of 1981, when 14-year-old Stacy Harris went on a guided tour in Yosemite National Park in California. She wore retainers on both her upper and lower teeth, and styled her shoulder-length blonde hair in an iconic Farrah Fawcett style. She had also attended prom with her boyfriend shortly before this trip. Despite only being 14 years old, Stacy was a known smoker. This is a judgment-free zone here. We all make questionable choices at that age, but most of us live long enough to regret them. Stacy, her father George, and 6 others took off on a 4-day trip through Yosemite's backcountry with 2 guides. The group rode horseback along the High Sierra Loop Trail at Tuolumne Meadows and arrived at the campsite on Friday afternoon, July 17th. The campsite is one of 5 within the High Sierra 49-mile loop, with each roughly a day's hike apart. There are 9 tent cabins which can accommodate up to 34 people. However, there is no running water or electricity. With the group's plan being to rest for the remainder of the day, Stacy opted to change into a t-shirt, off-white windbreaker, maroon and white shorts, and flip-flops to explore the trail with her Olympus camera. She invited her dad to join. He declined but suggested she wear hiking boots instead of flip-flops. My source material conflicts on this though. Some say she stayed in her flip-flops while others say she changed into her boots. Donning only her camera, cigarettes, and a pack of gum, Stacy heads toward one of the lakes in the area. Another hiker from the group named Gerald, an older man in his 70s, joined Stacy for about 20 to 30 minutes before stopping to rest while she continues on the trail. Back at the camp, the group's tour guide remembered noticing her standing on a rock about 50 yards south of the trail. If Stacy was headed to Sunrise Lake, which was the nearest lake and exactly a mile away, she would have made it to the lake in about an hour, probably less. I think this is most likely the location Stacy would have gone. It is very picturesque and accessible by simply following the trail. Maps show other bodies of water in the area. However, in the summer months, they likely wouldn't have even existed. They probably would have been dried up. A few hours later, another group of hikers approached the campsite and were asked if they had seen a girl matching Stacy's description, but they had not. At this point, her father, the tour group, and the staff from the High Sierra camp began scouting the area looking for Stacy. They contacted the park authorities and searched well into the night, but were unsuccessful. The next morning, an official search by the National Park Service began. The search party included around 100 people and was comprised of volunteers, search and rescue members, and national park employees. Yosemite National Park consists of 1,200 square miles, but the search grid was 5 square miles around the campsite. The grid was established by the natural barriers in the area such as cliffs, ravines, and large rivers, as well as the reasonable distance they believed 14-year-old Stacy could have gone since she was last seen. Searchers were paid $4 an hour, which equates to about $13 an hour today, and rock climbers were paid $10 an hour, which would be about $30 to $65 an hour today. Half were paid searchers and half were unpaid volunteers. 3 helicopters also assisted in the 11-day search. Park officials reported the total cost of the effort to be about $55,000. To put this into perspective, that is close to $180,000 today. The Gabby Petito case, which was extremely high profile and searched over several months, took a full year to reach $180,000 in police payroll. Unlike the Gabby Petito case, sadly, Stacy Harris has never been found. 11 days may not seem like a very long time to search, but all reports suggest searches and team members were very detailed. The area Stacy went missing, Tuolumne Meadows, is the largest elevation meadow in the Sierra Nevada at 8,600 feet. Data for the temperatures in this area in 1981 are not exact. However, due to this altitude and time of year, temperatures can range from 90 degrees during the day to as low as 47 degrees at night. If she were lost or hurt stuck somewhere in that 5-mile radius, she should have been heard or found in those 11 days. Remember, Stacy was in a windbreaker and shorts. Temperatures at night would have been absolutely miserable for her. One volunteer brought a German Shepherd dog to aid in the search. however nothing was found. German Shepherds, according to the handler, are best at tracking humans in general, whereas bloodhounds are the type of dogs you would give a specific scent sample to, and they could track the scent as you see in the movies. From what I can tell, no bloodhounds or cadaver dogs have been brought to the site, which is a huge miss for investigators. Hopes for finding Stacy Harris alive are not high, but her family deserves to know what happened. Cadaver dogs are able to pick up a scent within minutes of the death or even years later. In some studies, they have found 25-year-old skeletonized remains. Cadaver dogs were first used by Connecticut police in the 1980s, so it is reasonable that the Park Service would be aware and be able to find a cadaver dog handler willing to explore the area. Had the Park Service utilized these tactics in the late 80s, hell, even in the early or even late 90s, they may have had a chance of locating her body. Again, I think this is a huge mistake by investigators and calls into question if the right people were put in place to even solve this case. Now this is where things get especially frustrating. There are some big inconsistencies in the reporting of this case. First, some reports say Stacy's lens cap was found inside the tree line by the lake, but Park Superintendent Robert Benuiz says not a single clue was found. And another National Park Service ranger, Bob Johnson, said nothing significant was found as well. So which is it? If the lens cap was found, that would give us confirmation Stacy had at least made it to the area. Surely everyone would consider that a clue. If they didn't find it, well, that is even more alarming, so many reported it as found, without a single source to confirm it. Second is Gerald Stewart, the last person to interact with Stacy. He was the elderly gentleman in his 70s who accompanied her for the first 20 to 30 minutes of her walk. I say in his 70s because reports give his age anywhere from 72 to 77. Missing his age by a few years may not seem significant, but his name was withheld until years later. Nothing in the source material points to Gerald being a suspect, so why wasn't his name given? Or if his identity was to be shielded, why not just say that? How can we be sure that he was vetted properly if his age wasn't even accurate? Now surely a healthy 14-year-old Stacy could defend herself from a man in his 70s at 5'5" and 120 pounds. She could have at least drawn attention or left behind evidence of a struggle. I don't believe Gerald to be involved. However, the details of his age and name being incorrect in the reporting of this case with so few details leaves me questioning the thoroughness of this investigation. So, with that in mind, let's talk more about the investigation, or lack thereof. In addition to the 11-day search effort, the Park Service distributed missing posters of Stacy throughout the park. The first thing to rule out is Stacy being a runaway. Don't forget this is the 1980s, a time when all police reports act as if all missing children must be runaways because why else would they disappear? Officials do seem to have looked into this, citing that Stacy was having some family or school troubles, but she was 14. What 14-year-old isn't having family or school troubles? She was also said to be missing her boyfriend. Okay, sure, totally normal, but that's no indication that she ran off to meet him or to some sort of public phone. Remember, cell phones were something only thought of in sci-fi TV shows at this point in time. Ultimately, between wearing flip-flops, inviting her dad to accompany her to the lake, then a fellow group member, and the lack of belief from family she would run away based on these family and school troubles, officials do not believe Stacy ran away on her own accord. Besides this, the National Park Service doesn't seem especially forthcoming with their information. Documents released by the park mostly include short newspaper articles, pictures of Stacy provided by the family, copies of the missing poster used around the park, and a few letters written between Park Service departments regarding Stacy's search. Visitors are supposed to get a permit to use the backcountry, and we know investigators used these wilderness permits to determine which hikers were in the area at the time of Stacy's disappearance. These hikers were contacted to find potential witnesses, but we have no idea if these efforts yielded useful information or if they even spoke to anyone. The Fresno Bee reported foul play has not been ruled out per a park official after the intense 11-day search was called off. Park Superintendent Benuiz added the Park Service would still like to hear from any backpacker who may have been in the area at the time. Investors and journalists have submitted Freedom of Information Acts, or FOIAs, for the files, but all requests have been denied. Why? A denial response to the FOIA request says the requested records were withheld in accordance with Exemption 7A of FOIA exemption, 7A is basically to protect information for law enforcement purposes to protect the investigation or possible trial. But this makes absolutely no sense. Stacey Aris has been missing for 41 years. What could possibly be in those files that shouldn't be released? Her family deserves to know all of the information available, and they haven't seen them either. Does the National Park Service really consider this case open? If so, how? There appears to be no genuine movement or investigation that I can find. Researching this case had brought to light a disturbing fact. The federal government does not track the number of missing persons in national parks. Let me say that again. The federal government does not track the number of missing persons in national parks. Experts believe that at least 1,600 individuals go missing while visiting national parks throughout the United States. Seems like quite a lot of disappearances that the National Park Service would like to keep track of, right? We know the Park Service is inefficient, and at the time, communication across departments was particularly poor. Just the week before Stacey's disappearance, flights for water sampling were taking place in the area. One of the memos in the files is from Chief Ranger for Administrative Flights Charles W. Wendt. Chief Ranger Wendt wrote to the superintendent about these flights as no itinerary was provided to know where they would be and when. There was no memorandum in place which requested prior approval for all administrative flights, which the sampling team did not adhere to. Had these flights been in the area at the time of Stacey Aris' aerial search crew, lives could have been lost. I am empathetic to the time. Electronic communication was nothing like it is today, and records weren't digitized. I can understand the difficulty in keeping track of statistics without the aid of electronic reporting. But with today's technology, this is downright unacceptable. Okay, let's talk theories. First things first, we are talking about the wilderness, so let's discuss wild animals. Of course, animals could be a possibility. Yosemite has lots of wildlife someone could come across. Rattlesnakes, bobcats, black bears, coyotes, mountain lions, and more are all known to live in the park. Alright, black bears. They're the biggest on this list and the one I would be most afraid to run into. However, there are no reports of anyone being killed or seriously injured by a bear in Yosemite. That doesn't mean this doesn't happen though. These bears are pretty leery of people, but happy to steal your food. In fact, the same is true for most of these animals. Bobcats, coyotes, and mountain lions are unlikely to attack as long as you keep your distance and don't provoke them. Most importantly though, had any of these attacked Stacey, there would undoubtedly be evidence left behind. We would have blood, clothes, jewelry, her camera, or bones if she were the victim of an animal attack. For this reason, I feel it's pretty safe we can rule out the animal theory. But like I said, nothing can be ruled out entirely. Yosemite has lots of ledges, crevices, and slippery areas. It's entirely possible Stacey slipped or got hurt, but I can't help think she would have been found in the search or by one of the many park visitors in later years. Again, had cadaver dogs been used, we could rule this out with more certainty. Other theories believe Stacey's disappearance could be the result of something supernatural. Stacey seemingly disappeared without a trace, which leaves the door open for an alien or some sort of other supernatural speculation. But I'll let you draw your own conclusions on that. While more than a few serial killers have been known to use national parks for their business, no known serial killers were active in the area at the time of Stacey's disappearance, though the possibility of her being abducted cannot be ruled out. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. In fact, the lack of evidence in this case is what makes it so mystifying. It is not impossible that it was a crime of opportunity, carried out by an organized killer with access to resources that allowed them to buy time or hide and destroy evidence. Could this be a National Park Service member, or someone in the park system protecting someone else? This would explain the absence of evidence and the lack of transparency on this case. Why else would anybody withhold information on a 40-year-old case? Why not allow someone else to try their hand? Jurisdiction for crimes like this are automatically federal, meaning the local law enforcement have no authority to work the case unless requested. Crimes that take place on federal lands within National Park Service can be handed over to the FBI, but as far as I can tell, their help was never requested, nor was help from local law enforcement. Is the National Park Service protecting a killer, or just their ego? I know what many are probably asking at this point in the story. So Swamp Dweller, what else can be done? We know so little, and the few facts we have in this case conflict, but there are some avenues that still can be explored. This case needs to be examined by an experienced cold case detective. We need all the information regarding the Stacey Arras case to be made available. Divers should search the Sunrise Lake for Stacey's possessions or remains. There has also been no mention of this occurring, and again I have to ask why. If finding a missing 14-year-old girl isn't a priority worth shelling out funding for, what is? While the lake certainly isn't small, an effort could be made with just a few searchers to cover that water rather quickly. There is so much that could be hidden in that body of water, just waiting to be uncovered. If Stacey's remains could be found, there is a chance that she could be identified. Forensics have changed drastically since 1981. Samples from Stacey's close relatives would allow investigators to run a search against all open Jane Doe cases throughout the United States. If Stacey was abducted or ran away by choice, she could be anywhere in the world. She might have descendants we don't know about. Forensic genealogy could also be used to compare her relatives' DNA to a public database such as GEDmatch to find unknown descendants. If you've used any take-home DNA kits, you can upload your DNA profile to GEDmatch and opt in for it to be used with these types of searches. You never know, it could be you that helps identify a Jane or John Doe who would never have found their way home. If you have any information regarding the Stacey Arras case, you can call or text the National Park Service tip line or submit a tip on their website at nps.gov. Well guys, that's it for the disturbing story of Stacey Arras. What do you guys think of this one? I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories in the comments down below. That's all for this episode, but I will have something new in no time. And don't forget, there's always my second channel, The Dark Side Podcast. Just don't forget to show that like button just a little bit of love and elbow it in the face so it knows that you mean it. Be sure to subscribe if you're new, as it helps the channel grow. If you're listening to this on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, please give us a 5-star rating over there, as it helps us grow on those platforms. I have plenty more stories just like this one coming very soon. If you have a suggestion you'd like to make, be sure to send it on in. Be sure to join me on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And I'll see you all soon with another creepy episode. What's up guys, Swamp Dweller back here with another video, and yes, I'm gonna be on camera again, so hopefully you guys enjoy it, and it's not gonna be too weird. Today is gonna be an interesting case. Today we're covering the case of Paul Fugate, a missing park ranger. Paul Fugate was a park ranger for the Chiricahua National Monument Park in Arizona when he suddenly went missing on January 13th of 1980. Paul reportedly told a seasonal aide that he was going to take a hike, then went off in the direction of a trail he normally would take. Paul was last seen wearing an official National Park Service outfit with an NPS logo. However, unfortunately, Paul would never return to his scheduled post, and over 42 years later, he is still missing. This is the longest running missing persons case in the state of Arizona. It is also the oldest open cold case for a staff member of the NPS in absolutely all of its history. And at the time of recording this video, Paul remains to be the only National Park Service worker to go missing and never be accounted for again. Before we continue into the story of Paul Fugate, be sure to slap that like button like Ian just slapped my behind over the past few days, and be sure to subscribe if you're new, as I upload new videos like this almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. Now, let's jump into this sad and tragic story of Paul Fugate. Chapter 1. The Call. On the morning of January 14th, 1980, Dodie Fugate received a call. This call was from none other than Ted Scott, who happened to be the park superintendent at the time. She was then told on that phone call that Paul had gone missing. The Park Service haven't heard from him since yesterday and wondered if she had any idea where Paul could potentially be. And as we all know, she unfortunately had no idea, and hadn't seen him for just as long, if not longer, than the NPS. Her husband had been in the middle of a 10-day stretch, stationed at the park before returning home to Tucson, Arizona, roughly about 110 miles away. The Fugates were used to spending some time away from each other, as Paul's schedule was often like this, as it is for many National Park Service workers. They had been living in a long-distance marriage for about 3 years at this point, but Dodie hadn't expected to hear back from Paul until later in the day. She wasn't concerned prior to the phone call, but after, justifiably so, she became very uneasy. After fully comprehending the man's words, Dodie asked if she could come to the park to help look, but it was suggested to her that she stay home, just in case Paul Fugate would return home. The only real problem with this though is Paul wasn't scheduled to come home, not for quite some time. And Dodie knew he would never abandon his post. He loved his job. This was his life. She had feared the worst right from the jump, thinking something awful had happened. But still, nevertheless, she listened to the superintendent's advice and stayed home. After 2 days of silence, Dodie, of course, lost whatever little bit of patience she was able to muster from deep within inside her and drove all the way to the park anyway. She was going to help search for Paul with or without the NPS. Chapter 2. The Missing Person. Upon arrival, Dodie met up with the Cochise County Sheriff's Department and the National Park Service to go over the timeline they had put together thus far. On Sunday, January 13th, Paul Fugate was working his normal scheduled shift. He was currently working at the visitor center and took his scheduled break. This was somewhere around 2:30 p.m. The only other employee working the visitor center that day was a seasonal aide. Before taking his break, Paul told the aide that he was going to go for a walk. He left detailed instructions for everything the aide would need to know for a lockup and all that good stuff before you have to go home. Written in this list of instructions, Paul also said that if he didn't come back by 4:30, just to lock up without him. According to the aide, Paul walked towards an area known as the Fairway Ranch. He never returned from this hike. At the time, Fairway Ranch was 400 acres of newly acquired land to the Chiricahua National Monument Park. Paul was known to frequent the area quite a bit. A little bit later in this video, we'll get into some theories specifically surrounding the Fairway Ranch area. Believe me, it comes up a lot while researching this case, and I think it'll be important a little bit down the line. At this time, Paul was still being treated as a park ranger who was missing inside the park, and Fairway Ranch was only a small portion of the Chiricahua Park. The total area of the park is a considerable size, with incredibly difficult terrain, making the search require a very large group of different experts, officials, and various equipment to be able to not only trek this terrain, but be able to search or find anybody at all with all the nooks and crannies that are around in these areas. For several days on end, officials used all kinds of methods to try to find Paul, including search and rescue helicopters, dogs, boots to the ground searchers, forensic teams, everything you could imagine. In addition, many of Paul's friends and family came out to aid the search as well. The initial search brought together tons of NPS, park rangers, border patrol agents, local police agents, and even the U.S. Forestry Service. Yet, with countless resources at their disposal, there was still not a single sign of Paul Fugate. Locationsunknown.org says, when a ranger on solo patrol in a remote area of a national park fails to return, the event rarely becomes what you would call a true disappearance. Search and rescue procedures being as good as they are, a ranger who is lost, stranded, or injured can reasonably expect to be rescued in a pretty short order. Even if the missing person is no longer alive, remains are typically found within a few days, weeks, or months. If Paul had somehow been lost during his hike or injured, he had been trained sufficiently to know what to do and to know how to get the attention of his colleagues who would undoubtedly be searching for him. If for some reason he couldn't get to a specific place, crews would have expected to find his body in a more extensive search. It wasn't very long before foul play was indeed suspected in this case. Investigators with the Cochise County Sheriff's Department were beginning to believe that Paul may have become a victim of a drug deal gone wrong. They even suggested at one point that the cartel might even be involved, but the NPS who was leading this investigation had an entirely different theory of their own. Chapter 3. The Runaway. After several days, investigators truly did believe Paul Fugate was a missing person. Instead of combining the surrounding areas of Cochise County, the park superintendent and the NPS were ordered to continue searching the remainder of the park until every last acre had been searched. Apparently, officials wanted to be certain that Paul was not in the park to the best of their ability before going or searching anywhere else. And even with finding no trace of Paul, the National Park Service really failed to show any sort of urgency for this. Dodie learned that investigators were looking into this whole matter with multiple running theories. And one theory that the NPS was particularly fond of, they were putting out this narrative that Paul was tired of his marriage, his job, and because of this, he just walked away. Just walked away, never to be heard from, seen from, and nothing like that ever again for 40 plus years. Makes a lot of sense. So what was the basis for this theory? Paul had, to our knowledge and to the records I could find, never mentioned anything about being unhappy with his life. Well, apparently while interviewing park employees, including Paul's supervisor, the MPS learned that Paul was allegedly having an affair with one of the ex-employees at the park. An affair the MPS quote-unquote says was a secret. Now, like I said, this is just a theory, but there are several problems with this particular theory. Detectives were speculating that Paul had fallen in love with this new woman and was apparently unsure on how to leave his wife, and so decided to just disappear with this mistress. Sounds somewhat plausible, right? There are several issues with this suggestive theory. While it might sound more interesting and make the story somewhat more enticing, the most important thing being that makes this not make a lot of sense is that Paul's affair was not actually a secret. Dodie actually knew about Paul's mistress and actually gave her blessing. Now that might seem strange to some of us, but we're not here to judge. On several occasions, the most recent being in 2020, in an interview with an investigative journalist, Delia Diambra, Dodie admitted the following. Paul had an affair with a young woman for probably 2 summers, and the infidelity part is kind of difficult because he asked me ahead of time if he could do it. She paused before continuing. Okay, and so it was not the case of I didn't know about it. Some of it made sense if you looked at it, because we were now separated. Paul was at the park, I was in Tucson. Perhaps this is probably why Dodie was so sure Paul hadn't just run away. If he was going to walk away from their marriage, he would likely just talk to her first. It seems like communication was fairly open between the two. Dodie has gone into more detail as to why they decided to split and end their marriage, but we won't go into that right now as that's not really relevant to what we're covering. But I can assure you it had nothing to do with any of them feeling trapped or like they wanted to start anew. It's clear through notes and first-hand knowledge from Dodie that Paul and Dodie truly did well care for each other at the end of the day. It just wasn't meant to be in certain aspects, at least not at the time. To go along with the MPS theory would mean that you subscribe to the idea that Paul left on his own accord, intentionally leaving everything behind for no real solidified reason that we can tell. Besides, there are plenty of other reasons that we could get into, but we won't, to why the runaway mistress thing doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either. The young woman in question had actually been staying in his cabin for that 10-day stretch. She was hiking in a completely separate area as Paul the day he went missing, which leads us to a little bit more of an obvious reason why the runaway theory falls a little flat. If they ran away, why didn't she go with him? Unlike Paul, she actually returned from her hike, again, which was in a completely different area of the park. This really should have been all the proof that authorities needed to move on with a different theory in the case, but apparently that's not entirely right sometimes. Still, for whatever reason, the MPS was pressing this theory fairly hard at the beginning. Maybe the young woman felt scorned, or maybe she knew Paul would never leave his wife for her, and maybe it was all too much. Maybe she needed to just end it all. Maybe she had found some sort of way to make Paul disappear. Well, from the evidence we have, that's not likely. In fact, it's actually reported that she was the original person to even report Paul Fugate as missing in the first place. Additionally, she stayed with Dodie in Paul's cabin to fully assist in the search, so she was very cooperative. Why would somebody who is apparently a part of this be so cooperative and open? I don't know. She underwent intense interrogation by police officers, the NPS, even going as far to take polygraph tests and all other things in between. She would pass the polygraph test and everything else that they made her do with flying colors. Despite having no evidence, literally at all, that she was involved, they wouldn't stop making her one of the main suspects until a couple of months after his disappearance. Once Dodie and Paul's mistress were thoroughly investigated, Detective Craig Emanuel, a criminal investigator for the Cochise County Sheriff's Department at the time, made his cartel theory known to the public. He was urging the NPS to broaden their search. Many were actually agreeing with the detective that there could be more nefarious play at work here. There was no weight to the runaway theory, and all the other theories were kind of like throwing darts at the wall, if you want to be real. The National Park Service, for whatever reason though, still believed the key to finding Paul Fugate was searching their own park grounds. And honestly, without the support of the MPS, the investigation really couldn't move forward. It was kind of like at a standstill. So the Fugate family, had to set up their own organizations to be able to start searching things, to be able to like look for clues outside of the park because, I understand Paul works at the park, but that doesn't mean he is still inside the park, especially if something like the cartel may be involved. These search parties that the Fugate family put together mainly consisted of volunteers who would walk the trails and a bit off the trail to see what they could see. They were distributing missing persons posters all over the county and talking to people who lived in the surrounding town and areas, trying to get any sort of information they could about Paul. At one point, Doty decided to bring in a psychic medium to try to help. And apparently, or I guess allegedly according to this psychic medium, Paul had seen something he shouldn't at the Fairway Ranch. Apparently, he had seen two men assaulting a woman. So, allegedly, he was taken and killed elsewhere and his body was dumped over the border. What's interesting about this is how Detective Emmanuel had theorized something incredibly similar, except his idea was more based off the history of drug trafficking in the area. And one more thing to note, his theory hadn't been shared publicly quite yet. But still, of course, the MPS did not swiftly change their mind and really seemed to have their heels dug in the sand. And just when the investigation seemed to be hitting a wall, local police received a tip. This wasn't just any tip though. This was allegedly an eyewitness testimony to exactly what happened to Paul Fugate. And apparently, there wouldn't just be one eyewitness testimony, there would be multiple. Chapter 4: Foul Play. Shortly after the missing person posters of Paul Fugate were plastered all over the surrounding area, word of the missing ranger spread like wildfire. Suddenly, more people were coming from all directions with information about what potentially may have happened, including Dick Horton, a former employee of the park. The moment he learned of his co-worker's situation, he immediately called in to let them know he had seen Paul around 4:30 p.m. that day. He and his wife were driving toward the monument when Horton saw Paul. Apparently, he was slumped between two men in a pickup truck, and this pickup truck was barreling away from them at a very high speed. Mr. Horton's report of seeing the ranger in his uniform but not his glasses was the first lead in days that anybody had got of Paul that would potentially show that he was with other people, which would obviously lead to most of us thinking that he did not leave on his own accord. Detective Emmanuel had put Mr. Horton under some sort of hypnosis or something along those lines. During the procedure, he began sweating and even tearing up at one point, saying Paul looked dejected and defeated, maybe even sad when he saw him in that truck. He said the pickup was shiny, it was dark green, it had some sort of camper shell over it, and it had Arizona license plates. He guessed that the driver would probably be in his 30s, had a Kenny Rogers type beard, and was wearing a black, white, and red plaid shirt. The second one was wearing a green jacket, perhaps even the one Paul was wearing when he left the visitor center that day. Upon obtaining these details, a BOLO was sent out, or a be on the lookout alert. They put out the vehicle's description, the men's description, everything they were wearing that day. Unfortunately though, this wasn't really a victory because the BOLO didn't produce any tips or any vehicles. There were other eyewitness reports as well. One of these witnesses wished to remain anonymous. They had apparently been working in a different part of that park that day and had apparently reported hearing signs and seeing signs of some sort of scuffle. These marks were located on a primitive road around the Fairway Ranch area. This includes drag marks, tire marks, and some marks that appeared to show a vehicle had spun out wildly. Another park ranger who had not been working that day, just to clarify, stated that they saw Paul later Sunday evening. They said he was just outside the park borders. This witness also said that they saw Paul slumped between two people in a truck. He was allegedly still wearing his NPS uniform, and he didn't seem to be wearing his glasses. As Doty and investigators learned the details of each one of these sightings, they grew increasingly alarmed because these sightings were coinciding with each other so well. They all had very similar details, if not exactly the same. Everybody who knew Paul knew one very important thing. He couldn't see absolutely anything without his glasses. And I'm sure there are many of you listening or watching this right now who also have the same problem, so you can definitely relate. Paul was essentially blind without his glasses. And something that really set off Doty's alarm bells, if Paul had left with his friends or were going out for any reason, he would have brought a change of clothes at the very least. It was almost a well-known fact that Paul never wore his uniform outside of his work. One of the first things he would do is change after his shift. He would have always changed into his civvies, or his civilian clothing. If you recall, Paul left the visitor center sometime around 2:30 p.m., which is when the seasonal aide reported seeing him walking towards the Fairway Ranch area. Later that day, another employee, Dick Horton, saw Paul speeding away from the Fairway Ranch area in a truck with two others. This statement was followed with corroborating statements from an unnamed employee, who also reported they found tire marks and strange markings in the ground, very close to the ranch area Paul was said to be at. Then much later, another park ranger comes forward with more details corroborating what we had just said, saying that they saw him in a different area of the park just outside of the borders. The details between all of these reports are eerily similar and seem to paint a very potentially dark picture. Still, since there were no hits on the bolo, most investigators were busy working on trying to fix or find out the timeline of events. They were still struggling to really find out when Paul had last been seen that day. They were also just now starting to accept the theory that Paul may have been taken away from the park and didn't leave on his own accord, potentially by two unidentified male suspects. Investigators decided to, for whatever reason I guess, to begin searching the park once again. While the Fugate family did their best to raise funds and other things for this investigation, they hosted their own search parties in and outside of the park as well. Shortly after moving the search, it became clear to Doty and Detective Emmanuel that the NPS were no longer leaning on the foul play side of things. The sighting of the men in the truck was too fleeting, apparently, according to the NPS. And without solid new leads, they could not feasibly, in their minds, take this investigation any further. Doty, understandably, found herself questioning the NPS once again on why they were handling this case so poorly. Was this really the best move of finding her husband? At this point, she was certain something bad had happened to Paul, and she was absolutely frustrated that nothing seemingly was being done to help her figure it out. It once again felt like the NPS were barking up the wrong tree. This time, their decision to once again search the park and not go outside of its borders created a major standstill in this case. This might be a decent time to bring up the history between the NPS and Paul Fugate himself, especially since it's not at all that positive. Now, while I don't really believe this, it has been speculated that the NPS may have had something to do with Paul Fugate's disappearance. Everything from the NPS knows what happened to Paul but covered it up to protect its reputation, to theories that someone got rid of him once and for all have been running rampant through my research. Now, these weren't police theories by any means, of course. Without evidence, these all seem fairly extreme. But it is important to understand that there was some sort of bad blood between the NPS and Paul Fugate. Even if the NPS didn't have any sort of direct hand in his disappearance, their internal feud could have initially affected the investigation into his disappearance, and as a result, the subsequent investigations might have not have been as thorough or as taken seriously as they should have been. Chapter 5. The History. Hey everyone, it's Swamp Dweller from the future. Now, I'm editing this all together, and while I did record this entire video by myself, I was thinking, who would be a good friend to have help explain this particular part? And it popped in my head. My friend Aiden from the Lore Lodge covers things like this all the time, and I felt like he would be a great representative to make this part make more sense. So, if you're a fan of Missing 411 and just all around strange things from the outdoors, definitely check out his channel in the description. Now, let's join Aiden for this next chapter.
Various publications talk about Paul's slightly troubled relationship with the National Park Service. Most talk about how he was a button pusher who didn't like authority. For example, Jack Williams, superintendent of Navajo National Monument Park, once ridiculed the man for his anti-authority streak, his laziness, and his personal appearance. And he once wrote to Paul, "If you want to look and live like a hippie, that is certainly your prerogative, but not here at Navajo National Monument." The superintendent was referring to Paul's facial hair and long ponytail. He disapproved, saying it was against policy, but at the time, it wasn't. There was nothing Williams could legally do to fire Paul, so he transferred him to a different park. In the early 70s, Paul's new place of employment was the very park he'd eventually go missing from, the Chiricahuas National Monument Park. Unfortunately for Paul, Chiricahuas would also take issue with his appearance. He had started wearing a mustache, which the Park Service cited as a violation of grooming standards, and he was fired less than a year after his arrival. The agency also alluded to his negative personal attitude and abuse of government equipment. However, it was later determined that this was a false claim. Paul was never involved in stealing or abusing any government equipment. A civil rights lawyer named Edward Morgan spent the next 5 years helping him to get his job back, and in 1976, Paul returned to work at Chiricahua National Monument. When Paul returned to work, he was no longer reporting to the same supervisor, and for the most part, it seemed like he was happy to be back. He never wanted any issues between himself and the National Park Service, but he was raised to stand up for himself, and quite frankly, he was taught not to take any shit. Though the legal battle absolutely drove a wedge between Paul and the National Park Service as a whole, he did get along with his coworkers. Despite what certain officials alluded to in interviews, most people who worked directly with Paul really liked him. He was social and known to hang out with the younger crowd of seasonal employees, getting stoned and going on full moon hikes like he was a naturalist guru or something. His issues all seemed to be around National Park Service upper management, not his fellow rangers. A coworker believed Paul's career was going nowhere because he knew the NPS had it out for him. Ultimately, Dodie felt the National Park Service had always wanted to believe her husband simply walked away, abandoning his post. She felt that they were simply trying to move on, and they wanted to do it without any responsibility or empathy. However, she didn't believe that the National Park Service was directly involved in Paul disappearing, only that they severely hampered the investigation in its early stages, focusing too much on salacious theories instead of more feasible ones. She even went so far as to call the National Park Service greedy and unprofessional when it came to the handling of her husband's disappearance. Honestly, when you look through the history of this case, you begin to realize Dodie might have been right.
Chapter 6. The Bad Guys. In the summer of 1980, sometime over 6 months after Paul had initially gone missing, an NPS investigator, Pat Hanley, believed Paul just ran away. He even accused the ranger of planning the whole thing just because he was anti-authoritarian, insinuating it was to cost the NPS thousands of dollars in manpower, essentially inconveniencing them. But that's kind of a wild theory if you really think about the logic. Like, even if you hated your boss, would you really go that far and then never be heard from again? It always just kind of mind boggles me when you see these types of things because it's such a fruitless return. Like, what would be the point of Paul pretending to go missing and then literally stay missing for 42 years? As we've come to learn so far in this case, this was not even the first strange move the National Park Service made regarding this case. According to a 1981 New York Times article, the case was also reviewed by the director of the Western region of the National Park Service. His name was Howard Chapman, and apparently he decided that Paul had voluntarily left his assignment. Mr. Fugate was finally dismissed a year after his disappearance. Apparently his wife was asked to return $6,900 paid to her, plus 11% interest. Now I don't know about you guys, but this is just sounding downright dirty for no reason. Later, the demand for repayment was changed to a lien on Paul Fugate's retirement fund, given that there was no evidence that the missing ranger was alive or dead. This move was entirely unnecessary. It resulted in a multi-year, I believe about 4-year-long legal battle between Paul Fugate's family and the NPS. Due to heavy amounts of public scrutiny, including the lawsuit from the Fugate family, by 1985, Director Chapman commissioned Pete Nye, one of the National Park Service's top criminal investigators. He was tasked with reviewing all of the files and really trying to determine if this was a real criminal case or just a park ranger who left his station and never came back. Meanwhile, the National Park Service, for whatever reason, refused to acknowledge Paul Fugate was likely dead. And among other things, this also meant that Dodie could not collect any sort of benefits. After a thorough review of all the witness statements, the search and rescue results, and the investigative notes, Ranger Pete Nye believed that investigation was deeply flawed from the start. Furthermore, new evidence that Craig Emanuel had presented in 1983 had been completely dismissed by the NPS director at the time. Towards the end of 1982, Emanuel got a call. This call came from a police department in Racine, Wisconsin. Police reports show an unnamed man in his 20s, who we'll call Steve. He had been to a place where Cochise was buried. Cochise meaning Cochise County Sheriffs. The man was apparently, or allegedly, boasting about killing some sort of police officer, some sort of border patrol, or maybe even a national park employee while in Arizona. Now, while Paul obviously wasn't a cop or a border patrol agent, he did match something of some sort of authority. He was wearing a uniform, he worked for the Park Service. It might not be some sort of stretch that they might have thought he was somebody else. At the time of Fugate's disappearance, Steve had apparently been working in some sort of mechanic or auto body shop in Tucson, Arizona. I believe the place was called Auto World. Now, I might be wrong, but from the research, that seems to be the name. Detective Emanuel drove to the workplace to introduce himself. Apparently, he met the owner, Frank Youngquist. Now, this is where things get strange. Apparently, Emmanuel was super taken aback when he spoke to this guy, this Youngquist fellow, because he apparently asked him how Dodie was doing, and it was never clear how they knew each other or if they knew each other. Then, according to Emmanuel, Frank said something that felt more like a taunt than a comment. Missing persons sure are hard to work. Now, why would you even make that comment? That's such a strange thing to say, right? And before we go any further, I do understand that these people could have learned about the case by watching the news or the papers or anything else of the sort, but it is kind of strange to ask that question nonetheless. Apparently, after that remark, the interview got a bit more hostile. He ran me out of the garage, Emmanuel claims. He tried to subpoena the shop owner's records, but apparently Youngquist appealed to an assistant DA, who quashed the detective's request. Now, make of that what you will. I don't know if that shows any sort of guilt or what, but it is another strange thing and another twist in this already twisting and winding case. The detective also questioned Steve in Wisconsin to ask him about his comments, but the man immediately recanted that he was a bullshitter apparently, and was just speaking out of his ass, quote unquote. Apparently, Emmanuel offered to fly the mechanic out to do some sort of polygraph test, but according to the report, Steve popped several pills before even taking the test. I believe it was some sort of sleeping pill he took, and he subsequently failed the test. He insisted it was only because so many people had come and asked him about this that he felt that he had to take some sort of responsibility, even though he was actually not responsible. He was trying to play off like he was being gaslit in a sense. The inability to accept the results of the polygraph wasn't the only issue. The real problem for Detective Emmanuel was that besides the initial confession, which was now recanted, no other evidence could at all connect Steve to any sort of crime. Nevertheless, in 1983, the detective told the press he expected at some point to charge someone for the foul play and disappearance of Paul Fugate. Apparently, in his words, it was in the not-so-distant future. This is around the time when Emmanuel would hand over his findings to the NPS, but as we all know now, no charges were ever brought forth. Steve's name was eventually leaked to the media, and he has remained silent and hidden, working at an unnamed auto body place. During Pete Nye's investigation, several NPS employees came forward to voice their frustrations with the NPS director at the time, stating that his handling of newly found evidence in 1983 was unprofessional and absolutely not okay. Nye agreed, despite there being no evidence. Mr. Fugate left on his own accord. The NPS, for some reason, just kept on doubling down, even when evidence suggested something completely different from their original theory. Even with clear-cut evidence of there being some sort of violent crime involved with Paul's status, never changed with the NPS. He remained a runaway or just somebody who abandoned his post. So when Pete Nye finally completed his investigation, he concluded that Paul Fugate was not a missing person, but a deceased person whose body has not been yet located. The little evidence that did exist in this case pointed toward a possible abduction or some sort of foul play. Nothing at all points to Paul Fugate abandoning his job and then just never coming back. These findings were finally accepted by the NPS, and they would change their ruling from job abandonment to missing or presumed dead. As a result of this ruling, the Fugate family finally won their long fought lawsuit. After 5 years of trying to avoid it, the NPS would be legally responsible for Paul Fugate's disappearance. They would now have to remove their lien on Paul's retirement fund and pay his death benefits in full. When it comes to the NPS, it's more than likely that a lot of the troubles in the lawsuit side of things were mainly just from straight up corporate greed. If they wanted Paul to disappear, it's unclear why. And it's really unclear why they would do so. At the time, he had already been back at his job for nearly 4 years, and there were no known issues between him and his direct supervisors. While there is a lot of evidence that the NPS somehow gained financially from Paul Fugate's disappearance by listing him as abandoned instead of missing or dead, it doesn't indicate any actual involvement in his presumed death. Chapter 7: The Real Bad Guys. Which brings us back to Emmanuel's theory. Possibly the final theory, a drug deal gone bad. Paul had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. We discussed earlier that Detective Craig Emanuel holds this theory to this very day, and he's apparently not alone. Amazingly, the Cochise County Sheriff's Department has an entire task force just dedicated to this. It's called the Paul Fugate Task Force. Now picture this. What if Paul had intentionally or unintentionally walked into something illegal? And like I mentioned earlier, what if he had been mistaken as some sort of law enforcement due to his Ranger badge and lost his life because of it? Now that doesn't seem too far-fetched if you really look at the details we have. In 1980, a historic and undocumented route for Mexican farmers was just starting to be used by drug mules. And a 1981 New York Times article referred to a report that the law enforcement acknowledged that they knew that there were areas within 60 miles from Mexico that were commonly used for such drug trade. Now, if this is the case, Paul's badge would have undoubtedly startled these perpetrators or individuals, and if they mistook him for law enforcement, well, they would have needed to dispose of him. It is possible entirely that they may have kidnapped or done something worse to him in order to spare their operation. Eventually, they would recognize that Paul did not carry any sort of weapon and that he would be basically defenseless against their demands. This could also explain why more than one eyewitness saw Paul in that truck with those two individuals that day. And wildly, it is in line with what the psychic medium told Doty when they had originally visited Faraway Ranch. Of course, we can't answer this definitively since Paul is unfortunately still missing, and to our knowledge, his body has never been found or recovered. What's particularly noteworthy about this theory, though, is that almost everybody who knew Paul or who was close to the case, his wife Doty, his 5 siblings, local law enforcement, and we now even see the NPS's own special investigator, Ranger Pete Nye, all believe in the same theory. And furthermore, at the time of Paul's disappearance, the NPS actually had been getting an influx of reports dealing with alleged encounters with illegal marijuana growing operations all around the area. Apparently, sketchy individuals had been sighted and had been reported. According to Doty, some of these reports were even made by Paul himself. And the specific area of concern? Faraway Ranch. Chapter 8. Bad Juju. There's just no real way to talk about Paul's case without talking about Faraway Ranch. The area was closed off for renovations and updates, meaning if you weren't a park employee, you could not go there and had no reason to be there. During the investigation and during many interviews over the years, Doty did explain that Paul was aware of these people who were hanging around Faraway Ranch. Apparently, he would often travel to the ranch on his shifts to make sure nobody was around and to try to shoo off anybody who may be doing something sketchy. Paul wanted to keep an eye on things. He really liked the new area so much. He even asked his supervisor at one point if he could stay in a room in that area. However, his supervisor denied the request, and later that week, Paul would subsequently go missing. Only a few days prior, Doty had encouraged Paul to tell his supervisor about these undesired people hanging around the ranch. But apparently, and I'm not sure if he just didn't report it or if they just swept it under the rug, no report of this exists. The ranch has been referred to as the scene of the crime by many employees. After all, after Paul left the visitor center, it's believed he took a mile-long trail that follows a creek to the ranch. There's a lot of history at that ranch, and there's history still being made to this very day. The former owner, Lillian Riggs, died blind and partially deaf in 1977. She was 89 years old, and during the time of her ownership, the house was inhabited by a string of caretakers, including one who died after hemorrhaging on the couch. After Riggs' death, her home was turned into an epic museum, and apparently her close friend, Sally Clump, vanished from that same area later that year. There's bad juju in this spot if you believe that, an employee of Faraway Ranch once said. Apparently this person was referring to an incident that happened in 2014 where a Park Service employee named Karen Gonzalez was assaulted and nearly murdered by an illegal drug smuggler. Then in 2015, 2 adults went missing under some very strange circumstances. And over 2 years' time, the bodies were discovered in the surrounding forest. This brings us back to 2018 when Paul's case was unexpectedly reopened. Apparently, some human remains were found in the Chiricahua National Park, though it was later proven that these remains did not belong to Paul. The discovery did bring investigators back to the area. Chapter 9. The Conclusion. Paul's widow Dodie never received any sort of peace or comfort over this. Her husband has never been brought home, not even his remains. Over 42 years later, the Fugate family still struggles with not knowing what happened to their loved one. They struggle with the mishandling of the case early on, and they are disheartened at the cost it takes to continue an investigation they believe should be at the top of the Park Service's list. Hoping to breathe any sort of new life into the case, in 2021, the family hired a new private investigator. Here's a part of a message from Dodie and the family's response on the matter. The detectives are concerned as to why so little has been done about a federal employee who vanished from federal land, in uniform, on duty, but they are also without the funds to talk to people who might know something but are scattered over the country. Tools to search places where Paul may have been buried are expensive. Now, just let that sink in for a second. A federal employee goes missing on federal land, wearing a federal uniform, and was on duty. To this day, Paul Fugate's case remains to be the longest-running cold case in National Park Service history. The NPS continues to increase the reward for Paul's recovery. Currently, it is $60,000, but for whatever reason, they haven't offered the Fugate family any extra assistance in their investigation and search for their family member. And furthermore, despite multiple attempts to get the FBI to investigate Paul's case, for some reason it remains to be a case that the FBI refuses to help with, stating that there is no sufficient evidence showing that the FBI should get involved or have any jurisdiction over this case. Paul's case was reopened a second time in 2021, but it appears nothing really new has been posted, and I can't find what prompted this investigation to be reopened again. The details of Paul's case are strange and sad on their own, but there's that extra pain knowing that the family may never get to lay him to rest or know what happened to Paul ultimately. Over the years, the Fugate family has been given just enough information to confirm that foul play was more than likely the case here, but nothing has really led them to any closure, and definitely nothing close enough to bring Paul home. So, unfortunately, in a case where there is no ending for me to give you, there's only so much one can really do. So, I guess with that, I can leave off this story with a message from Paul Fugate's family from their GoFundMe. You can read it in its entirety and check out and support their GoFundMe if you like. There will be a link in the description, but here's an excerpt I wanted to share. Dodie and the Fugates have set up this GoFundMe page to ask people to help us fund the investigator's search for answers. Paul's family has been left in this hellish situation for many years. The pain of this situation never goes away. We appeal to people to help us, not so much to punish the people who killed him, but to find his body. If we can just find him and bring him home, that is all we ask. Chapter 10. Last Words. So what do you guys think happened to Paul Fugate? Did he willingly decide to leave his entire life behind? His wife, and all things of significance? Did he somehow become lost on his hike to the ranch? Or was he a victim of foul play? Possibly a run-in with the aforementioned cartel. There are so many theories surrounding Paul Fugate's disappearance, and so little evidence supporting any of them. The case has become some sort of an obsession for those involved. Some have been working this case since its fruition, and behind every theory there are 5 more theories. And honestly, none of them are entirely that far-fetched, which makes this even harder because all are worth exploring, and most lead to a painstakingly frustrating end. We mentioned in the beginning of this video, but it's worth stating again, Paul Fugate's case is the longest running case in Arizona's history, not just National Park Service's history. And at the time of recording this, Paul remains to be the only park ranger who has ever gone missing on the job and has never been recovered. Let me know in the comments what you thought about this story, Swamp Folk. I'd love to get your feedback. It took a long time making this. We did a lot of research. Much love to my writers, Paige Turner and Amanda Jane, who helped me put this together. They are a lifesaver. Please show them some love in the comments as well. I'd love to know in the comments what theories you have. Are there theories that I didn't mention in this video that you have heard that I may not have heard before? Were there any things that you thought should have been included that we didn't include? Please let me know. I would love to be able to get better at these types of videos. If you're new to the swamp, be sure to hit that like button like it owes you money, and be sure to subscribe because I upload videos like this almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. We're making our way to 300,000 subscribers. It would be amazing to hit that before 2023. Thank you guys so much for supporting the swamp. Don't forget to join me on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all the other social medias, and I'll see you soon with another creepy episode. The last thing you would ever expect to happen in a small rural town set in the middle of nowhere is a gruesome quadruple homicide. By all accounts, Ina, Illinois is a quiet, sleepy town that did not have much more than a general store, bank, a gas station, post office, and a firehouse. This case really caught my eye. I would assume it is because I come from a town just as small. With roughly only 900 people in the town I grew up in, these small town cases really hit home for me. This case is of course from the 80s, 1987 to be exact. It has many strange and brutal details, and is not for the easily squeamish. This is the unsolved story of the Dardeen family murders. Before we get into the inevitable sad and tragic story of the Dardeen family, let's take a few moments to get acquainted with them. The Dardeen family consisted of Russell Keith Dardeen, his wife Ruby Elaine Dardeen, who was pregnant at the time, and their 2-year-old son Peter Dardeen. Both Russell and Ruby went by their middle names, so I will be referring to them as Keith and Elaine throughout the entire video. By all accounts, it seemed that the Dardeen family was very well liked, and no one who knew the family had anything bad to say. The family lived in a trailer home in the woods close to Keith's job at the water treatment facility. Elaine worked at a local office supply store in Mount Vernon. The Dardeens were very active in their local church. Keith and Elaine were even part of a church musical ensemble. Keith apparently sang lead vocals and Elaine played the piano. They were already pinching pennies to save money for Peter's college fund, and as I mentioned earlier, were expecting another baby very soon. In 1987, the Dardeen family was expecting their second child and wanted to move to a better area to raise their family. Not to mention, they really needed an extra bedroom for the baby. To put the cherry on top, there had been somewhere around 15 homicides in Jefferson County alone in the previous 2 years they had lived there. Let's put that into perspective real quick. There are only around 38,000 people living in Jefferson County, Illinois. So, obviously, they decided to put their mobile home up for sale. They were hoping to find a home with a bit more space in Mount Carmel. This had apparently been the area Keith had grown up in. Due to the violent happenings around them, Keith had become increasingly more protective and paranoid about their safety. He was apparently so on edge that when a young woman knocked on their door asking to make a phone call one night, he would not let her in and told her to go away. Some say this is paranoid, but I would say you can never be too safe. It seems the family would never get the chance to move to a safer area though. It was November 18th, 1987, and Keith had not shown up for work. This is, of course, very out of character for a reliable, dedicated employee like Keith. Keith's boss was instantly concerned and made a call to Keith, but got no answer. Keith's supervisor would call Keith's parents, who both claimed to not have seen or heard from him. By nightfall, police had been dispatched to the Dardeen home to check on them. Keith's father, Don Dardeen, met up with the police to give them his set of keys to the mobile home. Inside, police found a scene so horrific and sick that it would stick with them forever and change everyone involved. First, police found Elaine and Peter Dardeen dead. They had been beaten to death brutally, killed with the baseball bat Keith had bought for Peter earlier that year. Elaine had been beaten so badly that she had given birth, and yes, the killer was so gruesome he even beat the newborn. Whoever had done this had tied up Elaine with duct tape and gagged her. The killer had cleaned up the scene, showing they had no worries to be in a rush to leave the scene. The only person not found was Keith Dardeen. Now, the police did initially think he murdered his own family and was on the run. But these suspicions were short-lived as Keith's body was found in a field not far from the family's home. He had been shot 3 times, and even more gruesomely, his manhood had been severed. Keith's car was found parked outside of the local police station in a nearby town called Benton, which shows how bold this killer was. For those interested, Keith drove a red 1981 Plymouth. From the images I could find, it looked to be a hatchback-style car of sorts. The car was parked just 10 miles from the Dardeen family home. The blood which was found in the car, which is assumed to be Keith's, shows it may have been the site of his murder and mutilation. The case starts to get strange here though. Elaine and Peter were estimated to have been dead for roughly 12 hours before they were found. Keith had likely been dead for closer to 24 to 36 hours before he was discovered. This detail has made some police question whether this was the work of one killer or perhaps multiple. Officials were having a very hard time putting together a motive. There was no sign of forced entry, as the back door had been left open. Robbery did not seem to be the motive either, as cash and valuables were easily accessible, but were left untouched. Elaine had not been sexually assaulted, so that rules out that aspect as well. This crime just seems way too brutal and much too violent for it not to be something personal. I am not the only one with this mindset though. The Franklin County coroner, who did the autopsy on the bodies, does not believe this was a random act of violence. He said, and I quote, "I believe it was a very personal, deliberate thing." Police have speculated this could be a crime of mistaken identity. Of course, there are many theories on what happened to the Dardeen family. Keith's mother said she believes someone tried to force Keith into selling drugs, and when he refused, he got, well, I guess, mutilated. Personally, I find this a bit hard to believe simply due to the sheer amount of violence involved in the crime. If he was simply shot, then that theory would make a bit more sense to me. Not to say that isn't what happened though. Keith's mother also has a theory that someone had the hots for Elaine, and she did not accept his advances and took his rage out on the family. This could be plausible, but wouldn't you think sexual assault would occur? Maybe not, but it does make sense and could be a possible answer. The next theory will make many roll their eyes and click away, but this theory actually does have some semblance of logic behind it. Rumors ran wild among locals that the unborn baby of Elaine had been ripped out from her womb. This, combined with the mutilation of Keith's man parts, sent the locals in a frenzy, thinking satanic ritual killings were being carried out in their neighborhoods. The 80s were the absolute height of the satanic hysteria, which really didn't help the officials move this case forward at all. The last theory I wanted to touch on is the serial killer theory. I am unsure where this was suggested or who suggested it, but there was a string of suspected serial killers going on in the area. A regional serial killer was a solid idea at the time, and still could make the pieces to this puzzle make a bit more sense. Despite a long-standing investigation from Illinois State Police, Jefferson County Police, roughly 30 detectives working full-time, and even FBI involvement, nothing outside of a few suggestions and potential profiles came of this. The FBI stated this crime defied their analytic methods, and finding a motive was nearly impossible. It is safe to say that in a small town such as Ina, Illinois, the locals were all on edge and paranoid after all of these murders. A local Ina resident told the local coroner, that also doubled as a local doctor, that he had lost 14 pounds due to the stress of living next door to the Dardeen family home. The Dardeen family's landlord even stayed up late in the night reading books to stay awake out of fear. Nobody knew why the deaths were happening, which made everyone uneasy and made them feel like a target. This case would sadly, like many others, become a cold case. Now, this doesn't mean it was forgotten though. Joanne Dardeen was working tirelessly to keep a light on this case. Throughout the 90s, Joanne would call the single detective who was still working the case She would give them potential leads and asked if they had any new information. She also required more than 3,000 signatures from the area to get the Oprah show to share her family's case on the show, but it was declined due to the violent nature of the crime. She did eventually get the case shared on America's Most Wanted after they initially decided not to air the case. They, for some reason, did air the case though, in a 1998 segment. Sadly, nothing would come from this though. No new leads or tips. Now, here is where the story gets even more interesting. In 2000, serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells, who was arrested for cutting the throats of 2 girls in Texas, started to confess to a plethora of other unsolved murders across the country. Sells claimed he was a carny who train hopped across the country. He claimed to have killed the Dardeen family after Keith had invited him over for dinner after meeting him at a pool hall or a truck stop. He claims Keith tried to get him to partake in a threesome with his wife. This story is highly doubted by many though. The Dardeen family was extremely religious, and as we mentioned before, Keith was a very cautious guy. Remember how Keith declined a young girl to come into their home to use their phone? Why would he let a 22-year-old man in? This was a common question for the locals at the time. Even though Tommy Lynn Sells would confess to upwards of 70 killings, he was only convicted of 22. Officials were convinced he committed those 22, but sadly the Dardeen family was not included in that list. It would be very unlikely Tommy Lynn Sells killed the Dardeen family, but not impossible. As of now, the brutal and disturbing case of the Dardeen family murders remain unsolved.
Hey guys, welcome back to the swamp. Today, this one is gonna be a deep dive, and I mean a deep dive, so settle in for a long one here. This time, we're going to be looking into what very well may be the epicenter of missing 411 cases. This single park takes up nearly a quarter of the National Park Service's search and rescue budget. This is none other than the magnificent Yosemite National Park. Records of missing people in this area go all the way back to 1909, and I can only imagine the number who disappeared before then. Of course, we may never know the true extent of the lives lost in the Yosemite National Park area, but perhaps one day we may discover just how they were taken. That's why in this video I'm not just going to touch on just the missing, but also the murdered, the mysterious, and everything in between. Basically, we're going to be taking a fine-tooth comb and looking for every little detail of this park, whether it be somebody who's gone missing, somebody who was killed, some sort of urban legend. Everything surrounding Yosemite is going to be in this one video. So from dangerous terrain to dangerous people, let us take a look at some of the darkest stories and creepiest areas and all that good stuff of Yosemite National Park. Yosemite National Park, as like many other things in life, does come with a bit of a dark past. Even the park's name itself has a rather ominous meaning. The name Yosemite was given to the park by settlers who thought that was the name of the natives they were driving out of the area. It was later learned that natives actually called themselves Awanichis, and the term Yosemite actually meant they are killers. The Sierra Nevada mountain range is a chain of mountainous forest including Lake Tahoe, Mount Whitney, and the Yosemite Valley. These were home to the Awanichi people, or the Yosemite Mono Lake Paiute people. I know, that's a mouthful. For thousands of years, they lived in prosperity in this area. Prior to the deadly war resulting from the settlers invading the area, the tribe considered the area sacred, and many still do. Interestingly, though not surprisingly, the Park Service is still not entirely forthcoming about, the eviction of Yosemite's native population. Even to this day, the history and the circumstances around that are still fairly shady. It is known, though, that in the early 1900s, the National Park Service made it incredibly hard on the Awanachi people in the Yosemite National Park area. They made it notoriously hard specifically to get housing, yet Yosemite's website disregards the low population with low employment statistics. And they usually conveniently forget the park's long-standing priority of trying to remove the native peoples from the park. The army was slated to clear the entire Yosemite Valley area when the notorious 1851 California gold rush arose. Now imagine, they're going to come in, evict you from your home that you've lived for who knows how long for some damn gold. This, of course, created great conflict. Chief Tenaya put up a fierce resistance, and the fighting progressed into what is now known as the Mariposa Wars. Eventually, the natives did relent, and they were unfortunately moved to a reservation in the Fresno, California area. With the natives successfully removed from their lands, a new era of Yosemite was set to begin, an era of settlers. Today, Yosemite seems to be a magnet for the strange, obscure, and even deadly events. But surprisingly, many of the park's legends have actually originated before it even became a national park. Before 1890, when the park was initially christened, the natives that lived on this land shared many stories, unsolved mysteries, and folklores that would terrify you to the bone. Legends like the Curse of Tenaya Canyon have been around since at least 1851 that I can find, and the story of the evil spirit of Panoho existed even before that. From the ghost that roamed the Awanachi Hotel to the ghost of Grouse Lake, this park is apparently home to no shortage of ghost stories, and paranormal events. So, is it all legend and myth, or is there some sort of truth in all of this? Well, I would like to say that the short and long answer of all this is yes. While there are plenty of unknowns and many questions with plenty of cases, there are in fact some confirmed truths. Venturing into the past is a must when it comes to looking into the story of Yosemite, starting with the alleged curse of the Tenaya Canyon, one of the most dangerous and unofficial hiking areas not in just Yosemite, but the entire Sierra Nevada mountain range. Although Chief Tenaya and his people agreed to move from the area, they did eventually turn back and flee back to their homeland of Yosemite. Back in 1851, the Mariposa Brigade, who was tasked with moving these people to their new location, re-entered Yosemite. As punishment, these soldiers killed the chief's youngest son as they attempted to overtake the area. As a result of the tragic loss, Chief Tenaya cursed the same canyon that bears his name. Awanichi are said to have cursed the surrounding land as well that they were once evicted from. The canyon and the valley are believed to take revenge on those who dare explore it. In 1853, during an attempt to return to the Yosemite area once more, Chief Tenaya, by some sort of stroke of bad luck, was struck in the head by a falling rock. He died in the very canyon that he had just cursed merely 2 years before. Many freak accidents have occurred since Chief Tenaya's untimely death, so to some it would appear that Chief Tenaya's curse has never been lifted. In 1996, the area was plagued with rockfall, which unfortunately killed quite a few people, with others narrowly surviving. Rock climber Peter Terbush was killed by a rockfall on Glacier Point in 1999, and as recently as 2021, there have been over 100 smaller scale rockfalls in that exact area. Some of these giant rockfalls even took out a previously beloved camp area, and normally it would have been occupied by campers, but luckily in that instance it wasn't. Since record keeping in the area began in 1857, there have been 16 fatalities and more than 100 injuries from these rockfalls. Tenaya Canyon, regardless if it's haunted or not, is definitely dangerous. The official MPS map that is given out to hikers and visitors of the park has a warning in the center stating, hiking in Tenaya Canyon is dangerous and not recommended. Those who have seen and hiked the canyon say it is dramatic and incredibly endurance demanding. After being the scene of numerous search and rescues, and many of them not being successful, park rangers dubbed it Yosemite's Bermuda Triangle. However, these warnings do virtually nothing to deter outdoor enthusiasts. If anything, seems like the challenge is what brings most of these people there. And genuinely, it seems like they love it. Well, the ones that leave unscathed, that is. Sure, there are plenty of survivors and many people go there each year with no issues, but I'm sure none of them would claim any of the treks they took any less risky, because those who survive the canyon rarely do so without some sort of scar to bring home with them, whether it be physical or mental, and of course not everyone makes it out alive. With that being the case, I can already hear some of you asking me in the comments, then why the hell do people come from all around the world to visit this place if it's so dangerous? Is it human nature? Or is something truly drawing them in, luring them to their own demise? Or maybe it's just such a beautiful place that all of us can't help but come see it at least once in our life. It was summer of 1995 when Kelly Gleason, a nurse at Yosemite Medical Clinic, died from severe injuries sustained from a fall. While returning from a day hike in Hidden Falls, a small cascade on Tenaya Creek, Gleason slipped on angled, wet granite and fell 50 feet. She was unconscious when her hiking companions reached her, and unfortunately, she was pronounced dead on the scene. In 1996, 2 mysterious deaths occurred in Tenaya Canyon. The first was 23-year-old Alejandro Hernandez, who at the time had been backpacking with his older brother. It was reported by park rangers that the two had started at the Tenaya Lake trailhead, eventually hiking off the trail into Tenaya Canyon, where Alejandro fell 130 feet and unfortunately died instantly. The other victim was 24-year-old Sam Meyer. He was actually a park employee himself from Buffalo, Wyoming. He was living in Yosemite at the time when he died at the base of Hidden Falls, aka Tenaya Creek Falls. Sam was rappelling near the waterfall itself, rappelling only just 125 feet before becoming stuck. Apparently, he had become stuck in a hole created by the surrounding boulders. It was also reported that he didn't have the appropriate gear to get out of a situation like this and climb out of the hole. Though there were loops in the rope that indicated that the ranger did try to create foothold in an attempt to help him escape, Meyer would later fall into the water below and die. August 5th, 2005, a single search team was traversing Tenaya Canyon in search of a missing 25-year-old foreign exchange student from South Korea named, and I'm very sorry if I fudged this one up, Hyundo An. God, I hope I did that right. Previous searches had taken place throughout the summer, but none of them had reached the depths of the Tenaya until this first week of August. An's backpack had been found August 5th, 2005, on the bank of the Tenaya Creek, and the following day, An's body was found about a mile further up Tenaya Creek, also on the bank. Later, an autopsy revealed some revealing information. She had died from multiple blunt force trauma to her head. It was determined that An had fallen into the creek, which was swollen from the spring runoff. This would leave his body and belongings covered by water until the tides would eventually recede. A journal that was found and some timestamps on pictures that he had taken had led investigators to believe that he died sometime on midday of June 26th. Before stepping away from the Tenaya Canyon area, there are some other interesting yet disturbing facts about the area that I should probably let you know about. Aside from experiencing more rockfall than any other part of the park, and being the most popular area for search and rescue operations, it has been home to some pretty rare and deadly things. In September of 2021, there was testing done on Tenaya Lake's water, and what it revealed was toxic algae blooms. Now, of course, visitors were warned not to enter or drink from Tenaya Lake, and to report any large blooms of algae that they may see. Now, they're particularly large, bright, and bubbly. They're strange looking, almost alien, and very colorful. They almost appear like a haze on the water surface. August of 2021, a month prior to the discovery of the toxic algae blooms, authorities had made a separate but just as tragic discovery in the park. They had found the bodies of Jonathan, Garish, Ellen Chung, and their 1-year-old daughter, Miju. It was not immediately obvious how they had come to find their end. Apparently, the family weren't the only ones who died, the dog had also died alongside them. Now, there were no signs of foul play. The couple was dressed for the elements and they were found a relatively short distance away from the trail. For several months, the toxic blooms in Tenaya Creek were thought to potentially be the cause of this family's death. However, in February of 2022, the FBI and the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office pulled data from the husband's cell phone. This allowed them to retrace the family's last known steps. They discovered several attempted phone calls, and it seemed very desperate that never went through. There was also an unsent text message that was revealed. These texts said, "Can you help us?" and
On Savage Lundy Trail, back to Heights Cove Trail, we have no water and no heating. We are with the baby. Savage Lundy Trail is a 2.8-mile long trail near the South Fork of the Merced River and Devil's Gulch, which has been known to be one of the most difficult trails in the area. The cell phone records and the discovery of the family's empty camelback, combined with the autopsy and toxicology reports, led the Mariposa County Police to think the family died of hypothermia and probable dehydration, while their 8-year-old dog Oski probably died of a heat-related issue. The sheriff's office said it's extremely rare for this to happen within the park and even in the Mariposa County area. It was the first confirmed death of hypothermia the area has had in well over 20 years. A lot of other things have happened in Mariposa County though. That's definitely true. But we will have to move on if we want to cover even a fraction of what Yosemite has to offer. If you wanted to meet what is thought to be the oldest ghost on the Sierra Nevada mountain range, you would likely make your way just east of Yosemite National Park to Grouse Lake. Thanks to the park's first ever park ranger, Galen Clark, we actually have a record of his initial report from 1867. He documents hearing an unearthly wail while hiking near the lake. Seeming to come from the water itself, he described it as sounding like a puppy when lost. When Clark asked the local tribes about this sound, they warned him to stay away from that lake. And I will read you a direct quote from his writings as it's far more interesting than anything I could come up with. They replied that it was not a dog, that a long time ago, a native boy had been drowned in the lake, and that every time anyone passed there, he would always cry after them, and no one dared go into the lake, for the boy would catch them by their legs and pull them down, and they would be drowned. Galen Clark, Park Ranger, Yosemite National Park, 1867. It is a chilling story nonetheless, but what makes it even more scarier is that Galen Clark was not the last park ranger to encounter this himself or hear stories of it. Even as recently as 2022, this year, a park ranger has claimed to have had an encounter with the ominous Grouse Lake ghost. They would rather remain anonymous, but this is their story. The park ranger was tasked with removing invasive plant species that were overtaking the local foliage. While deep in the woods, he was digging up the roots when he suddenly heard something strange. It was a loud cry deep in the woods in the distance. Naturally, being a park ranger, he headed in the direction of those cries at post-haste. The hike took him off of familiar paths and down into the deeper woods. After several minutes of running, the park ranger found themselves wandering into the Awanachi campground. Apparently no one had an answer for him until a man came up. He approached them to tell the same story that was told to Galen Clark himself. And then the two men heard the cries again. "All I can do is warn you and tell you you do what you think's best for you," said the man the park ranger was talking to. So what did this park ranger do, you may ask? Well, he followed the cries to the lake, of course. However, there was something wrong with the cries now. Whatever was crying, it sounded like it was trying to hold back laughter. As it did this, apparently the cries continued to get louder and louder. Luckily, the ranger used his smarts and decided not to hang around and meet this ghost of the Grouse Lake. And from what I can tell from my research, nobody else is stuck around to meet them either. They just aren't around to share their story, unfortunately. The Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite is one of the longest standing in the area. Opening its doors officially in 1927, it sits just a short distance away from Half Dome. This is one of Yosemite's deadlier hiking areas. There are two spirits that are said to occupy this hotel's hallways. In this first case, we have Mary Curry Tresidder, who once operated this hotel. She lived on the 6th floor, which is now home to several guest rooms, including the Queen Suite, and has been seen frequently checking up on her guest on the 6th floor. The hotel has been historically known to host some of the world's most influential people, which brings us to our second legend surrounding the Ahwahnee, the parlor of the 4th floor suite, where John F. Kennedy once stayed. It's said that a rocking chair was provided for his comfort, and since his death, maids have witnessed this rocking chair moving all by itself. Even though now they have since removed this rocking chair, not very sure why, but maybe for museum purposes or something. Though we could wish all spirits were as friendly as the ones in the Ahwahnee Hotel. Unfortunately though, our next spirit is believed to be evil, and is likely to be one of the park's oldest legends. The legend of Pohono, the evil spirit of Yosemite Falls. Rather boast-worthy in height and beauty, Yosemite Falls actually consists of 3 different falls. Upper Yosemite Falls stands at an astonishing 1,430 feet and is one of the tallest in the entire world, while the Middle Cascades stand at 675 feet, and the Lower Yosemite Falls is the lowest point at 320 feet. Bridal Veil Fall sits within the middle of the Cascades at 617 feet. It's a steep granite cliff that drops straight down. The natives believed this area was haunted by an evil spirit they called Pohono, who was known for luring unsuspecting victims to the edge of this cliff and having them fall to their death. Now, how would this spirit exactly coax people to jump to their death? Well, what is documented kind of varies. Some discuss hypnotic-like rainbows in the mist, voices calling out to prompt curiosity, or an apparition beckoning people to come closer. A strong gust of wind would fling them off the fall. The official legend passed on by the Awanichi states an old woman witnessed a young maiden get consumed by the falls. After looking down to the stream to the brink, she was attracted by the mist whirling around in the air. She was attracted and mesmerized by these vari-colored clouds. They moved down the stream, gazing into the mist, seemingly aloof. It was almost like they were hypnotized by this evil spirit. Nearer and nearer they crept to the edge, until the whirling winds became too much and pushed them off the edge with a shriek. She would fall to her death to the rocks below. So, I know what you're asking, Swamp Dweller, is any of this true? Indeed, there actually have been a few recorded deaths that can be verified. People being blown over the fall or slipping and falling to the rocks below have been reported more than a few times. Coincidentally, it is known for the winds to be incredibly unpredictable at the top of the falls, and between 1987 and 1991 there were several recorded deaths. Most of these range from falling fatalities, suicides, and even drownings. On October 7, 1987, an NPS ranger recovered a body from Bridal Veil Falls. It was stuck at the bottom of the pond. Once it was removed, it was transported to the mortuary in Merced, California. The man was eventually identified, but what caused him to fall is still unknown. Some reports indicate that the victim had apparently climbed to the top of the falls, looked over the edge, then fell 2,000 feet to his unfortunate death, while others suggest he simply walked over the edge. In 1989, a man from Santa Barbara hiked with 2 friends to the top of Yosemite National Parks in hopes to camp there for the night. The next morning, the man suddenly went sliding into the water of the upper Yosemite Falls. He went over the edge and plunged 1,400 feet to his death. Witnesses said he didn't even react or even shout as he went over, seemingly accepting his fate. This next one is probably the most perplexing, as it didn't actually involve a fall. It was the case of a Lebanese native living in Glendale, California, who was reported missing 4th of July weekend in 1990. Initially, he was thought to be lost outside the park somewhere, but his car was located near Sentinel Dome, which is located inside the park. His body was soon discovered in the Bridal Veil Falls drainage area near the rim of Yosemite Valley. He had apparently walked west from the area of the parking lot where they found his body. There was no fall involved, no signs of foul play, and though his death is believed to be that of natural causes, the actual cause itself is unknown. The following individuals have gone missing without a trace in these areas of Yosemite. These are the missing persons of Yosemite Falls. George Panka, a 30-year-old man from Hawthorne, California, disappeared on Friday, June 17, 2011, while hiking at Upper Yosemite Falls. He was visiting the park with others from his church. There were 80 people in his group in total, but apparently only about 20 of them went hiking in the Upper Falls. Once at the top, the smaller group of hikers split into even smaller groups and made their way down at their own pace. It's speculated that George may have been left behind around this time, but his friends assumed he had made it back down to the Yosemite Valley floor, and they didn't report him missing until 9 p.m. that night. George was 5'10" and weighed about 240 pounds, and was last seen wearing sweatpants and a black t-shirt. He also had a blue cloth bag with him that had a limited supply of food and water. While the trail itself is maintained very well,
there are steep drop-offs that people could fall off if they're a little too careless. A full-scale search and rescue operation began Saturday, in the early morning hours shortly after George was reported as missing. The weather conditions were mild, and overnight temperatures reached the upper 40s. This search included around 105 search and rescue workers, helicopters, 6 search dogs, park personnel, and even people from several neighboring counties and organizations came out to help. On the 23rd, search conditions were switched to limited continuous search, meaning there would be no real further field searches going on in the future. But any tips or clues received by investigators would be followed up on. After almost 1 week of searching, no evidence was ever surfaced about where George went. Not even George's blue bag was found. Since no trace has ever been discovered, some people think he may have left on his own volition, but I'm not so sure about that. And the reason why I say that is because none of his bank accounts, credit cards, anything like that have been accessed since his disappearance. While it is possible that his possessions had fallen away from the trail, it's kind of unlikely that nobody saw or heard anything. Likewise, police have never released any evidence of foul play. If George was pulled from the trail against his will, no signs of a struggle were ever left behind. Though there are some certain speculations among some crowds of supernatural implications, with the ever-growing number of similar cases arising, especially isolated to one area, is it really surprising that these more crazy conspiracy theories would be coming up? Ruth Ann Rupert was 49 years old when she went missing, on August 14, 2000. She was last seen around noon at Yosemite Medical Clinic in Curry Village after being forced to postpone her backpacking trip due to having a really bad eye infection, which happened to be in her only eye. Yeah, she had one eye. It is quite possible her impaired vision could have played a major role in her disappearance. Based on witness reports, it seemed like she planned on going on a day hike from Yosemite Falls to the Foresta area. In 2008, Ruth Ann's backpack was found in the Fireplace Creek drainage, which is an area consistent with her speculated route. But there was no sign of her, and to this day her case remains unsolved and there are very little details to be found about it. Now, these next 3 cases I'm going to cover are not connected, officially anyway, but they all did go missing in the same general location in the same month of July of 2021. 2 of the bodies were later found and identified by authorities, but one remains unfound and completely unsolved. James Young Bloom was a 64-year-old professor from Stanislaus State and an experienced High Sierra backpacker. He was alone on this trip to Yosemite and planned to spend many days passing through the Grand Canyon of the Tuolumne River. He was last seen on July 20th, and his body was recovered 5 days later in LeConte Falls on the Tuolumne River. 61-year-old Fred Zalakar was an endurance and mountain runner from Reno. On July 17th, 2021, he was visiting Yosemite for just 1 day to climb Mount Clark. His goal was a car-to-car ascent using an off-trail route from Bunnell Point in Little Yosemite Valley. Ultimately, Fred's remains were discovered July 20th near the summit of Mount Clark. According to the sheriff's office, he died of multiple injuries to the head, chest, neck, abdomen, presumably from a fall. 72-year-old Richard Judd was the 3rd man to go missing that week. He and a hiking partner were camping near Lower Merced Pass Lake. On Sunday, July 25th, 2021, they began hiking towards Lower Ottaway Lake, but somehow became separated along the way. Richard was last seen about 15 miles from the Happy Isle Trailhead Junction. A vehicle belonging to Judd or his partner was parked at the trailhead parking lot, in specific the Quartz Mountain Trailhead parking lot in the Sierra National Forest, just outside of Yosemite. It's strange enough that 3 elderly men met their fates all at roughly the same time, but even stranger, relatively in the same area. It almost seems a little too much to be mere coincidence, doesn't it? We do know that near the falls today, there have been many safety railings installed to hopefully prevent more of this happening in the future. But despite such structures being set in place to try to prevent these types of things, unfortunately it's likely to continue happening in the future. Interestingly enough, campers in the surrounding areas have reported hearing strange sounds and seeing strange lights and all kinds of strange things coming from all directions around the falls at night. Whether those voices and noises belong to some sort of evil spirit or not is anyone's guess. It's definitely not the only place in Yosemite to be experiencing such weird reports. Yosemite has seen its fair share of bizarre civilian reports, including everything from encounters with cults, ghosts, Bigfoot, UFOs, and everything else under the sun, some of which multiple people claim to have seen at the same time, with no relation to each other. To most park officials, disappearances are considered to be people who are dead after a certain amount of time. It's simply thought they made a wrong move, got caught in bad weather, etc. Possibly, these cases could be attributed to animal attacks. After all, Yosemite does have a very healthy bear population, but can a bear somehow sever a deer's head so cleanly that there's no blood or any splatter left over? I'm not so sure. Well, a ranger from the back country of Yosemite describes something of this nature. This one time, this ranger claims they found not one, not two, but 3 freshly severed deer heads while on his patrol. The ranger surveyed the area all around where he found the heads before burning them and found no evidence of any bodies, blood, or anything of the sort. The eerie trail of deer heads would be reported by the ranger, but nobody has any idea who put them there or why. Unfortunately, or fortunately, you won't find Bigfoot in the NPS ranger logs, but you will find some other interesting things. Definitely enough to keep that eternal what if circling in the brain. This next part of the video is going to be a guest narration from one of my friends who personally went to the Yosemite National Park in 2017 and encountered something strange and unexplained, and only they can explain it best in their own words.
My husband and I play music together, and in August 2017, we were on tour through Nevada and California. We decided after Reno that we'd drive through Yosemite to our next show in Fresno. We opted to take the arguably less scenic route, traveling down the California-Nevada border. By the time we made it to the 120 for Yosemite, it was dark. But since our van was our home and we didn't have to mess with the tent, we weren't that concerned. We figured we would just stop at the first campsite we saw along the route, park the van, and explore the next day. The further we go, the darker it seems to get. And for being one of the most populated national parks, it seems very dead. It's a little after 1 a.m., and while my husband continues to look for any sign of anything, I lean back and I start to doze off. While we slowly drive through these windy 2-lane forest roads, I feel the car slow to a stop, and the low music that we're listening to gets cut. I'm still leaning back, and I'm about to ask what's going on, but just as I started to speak, Ryan did too.
Amanda, look, do you see that?
I lean my seat up, and about 50 yards in front of us, partially lit by our headlights, is a figure standing on the side of the road, wearing all white. Shoulders square, head down, but facing the direction we're approaching. Ryan asks if I think it's a ghost, and I'm genuinely considering it a possibility. We haven't seen a town, a person, or even a car for hours. There's just no reason for a person to be out here, especially so close to the road. Ryan slowly releases his foot from the brakes, letting the van crawl forward towards the figure standing on the side of the road. When our headlights cast a full light onto the entity, it's about 25 yards in front of us when Ryan leans pressure back on the brakes. It's a man, barefoot, wearing a white button-up shirt and flowy, taekwondo-esque looking pants. His stoicism is unbroken as we approached. We just stared at him, and he stared back at us. Clean-cut, shaggy brown hair, mid-20s or 30s. He no longer resembled a ghost. The bottom cuffs of his pants were torn and dirty, and I thought that I could see a shadow behind him in the light. His hand wasn't outstretched as if he was hitchhiking, nor did he have any belongings with him. I don't know if he was even looking at us or just through us, like he was standing with his attention fixed, with or without a van shining its beams in his face, like his eyes, they didn't even squint when the light hit. Something felt so off. I remember saying my husband's name out loud in a tone that definitely conveyed concern. I know I wanted to speed up and get past this man. Without a word, Ryan hits the gas, and we zip past him. We both had goosebumps the remainder of that drive, and I was wide awake for the rest of it too. We drove for a while without stopping, but eventually we made ourselves turn into a campground, opting for a spot underneath what seemed to be the only streetlight in the entire place. If you're entering the park from the east, this was just before Tioga Pass, right before the east entrance of Yosemite.
So what did the couple see? Personally, I have no idea, but this odd experience is a great place for us to unfortunately shift the tone of this video. We're gonna have to take the supernatural and paranormal things and put them aside for just a minute and recall an unsettling pattern of homicide, drug use, alleged cults, mental illness, missing persons, and more at Yosemite. But before we get into the entire criminal past of the park, because it goes deep, believe me, let's explore a more puzzling pattern of disappearances. These are cases where there simply is not enough evidence or data collected to be able to say what happened to these people, but also where the victims are either visitors or employees of the Curry Village area. On the 31st of May, 1925, outdoor enthusiast Frank Coleman made the trip to Yosemite. This particular weekend, Frank rented a tent in Camp Curry. The other campers seemed to recall him as being friendly, active, and a great hiker. He was known to carry around his camera equipment and often hiked alone. It wasn't until Frank didn't return to work and was reported as a no-show that people started to worry about him. Members of the campground said they last saw Frank on the 11th, and the search didn't get underway until June 18th, exactly about 1 week after his last known sighting. Upon searching his tent, investigators found a camera case, his suitcase, and various equipment for his camera, but there were no additional signs of Frank to be seen. Nothing to help them further their investigation, other than the fact that he likely had his camera on him. Search parties with bloodhounds ascended the entire area over the next couple of weeks, but they still turned up empty-handed. The only trace ever found of Frank inside the park was the leftover belongings in his tent. To this day, no trace of Frank Coleman has ever been found. Dikran Najian was 20 years old when he checked into Camp Curry on July 24th of 1972. He's an American but spoke with a strong British accent. At the time, he was a medical student on vacation from Cambridge University and was planning on visiting Florida after Yosemite. He was last seen at the hotel registration desk when he asked for directions to Half Dome, a granite dome at the eastern end of Yosemite Valley. It is presumed he became lost or injured somewhere in the wilderness, but his case remains unsolved and there are no known clues as to what may have happened to him. David Morrison was just 28 years old when he vanished from Yosemite National Park on the morning of May 25th, 1998. Witnesses last report seeing him near Little Yosemite Valley, heading toward the Half Dome. They also noted he seemed to only be carrying a day pack and didn't seem to be equipped for overnight camping at all. That night, snow fell in Little Yosemite and Half Dome. 75 searches, 5 dog teams, and a helicopter scoured that entire area up and down, but there was just no trace of David anywhere. The following day, the search would be delayed because of bad weather and 2 of the climbers becoming stuck near the top of El Capitan. David's identity was later confirmed with the items he left behind in Curry Village. Kieran Burke was on a 2-week holiday away from Dublin when he vanished from Yosemite National Park in the year 2000. His hotel was booked from the 4th through the 6th, but he was last seen in Curry Village on the 5th. He was wearing a leather jacket, which some have taken to mean he wasn't planning on going for a hike, or at least not a very long one, and his rental vehicle was left in the Curry Village parking lot for several days before it was recovered, and after that, no further leads have ever been discovered. To say there's a lot going on in Curry Village is genuinely an understatement. First, it should be stated that the area has gone by and is still known by several different names. Camp Curry, Curry Village, Half Dome Village, and finally back to Curry Village. The area has also received a lot of facelifts over the years. Not all of them for the better, and unfortunately not all of them by choice. While researching various strange cases in the Yosemite area, a fair amount of them seem to mention Curry. And unfortunately, not all publicity is good publicity, at least not for Curry Village's tourism. Also, as recently as 2012, Curry Village was the epicenter of a rare and deadly toxin outbreak known as hantavirus. We won't get into the whole story, but essentially it involves a lot of rat droppings, enclosed spaces, and poor handling by Curry employees. The outbreak took over the park, halting business entirely as professionals tried to figure out what was happening. Visitors were initially left in the dark with little to no information being shared. In the end, 3 people died from the exposure and lack of treatment, while 6 more became grievously ill while also staying in the Curry campground. Most notoriously, serial killer Cary Stayner was employed by a Curry company in Yosemite National Park and was living inside of the park when he was committing his crime spree, highlighting either a reckless pattern or unfortunate luck when hiring individuals. So let's move on to the monsters of Yosemite. Now, we're going to move into cases covering the campgrounds of Yosemite, where the park's real monsters seem to rear their ugly heads. Think less mysterious and straight up wrong. The MPS logs paint a troubling picture. Patterns of sexual assault, drug abuse, drug dealing, and plenty of cases where employees and campers have overdosed on drugs themselves. Most of the time, these drugs are purchased within the park. It's impossible not to recognize these patterns, especially throughout the 80s and 90s. This park is home to some of America's most famous campgrounds, not just among tourists, but criminals as well. It is here the Yosemite National Park killer called his hunting ground. This is where he worked, lived, and committed his crimes, hence the name. It's been occupied by sadistic cult leader Donald Gibson and his followers. And there are even reports of serial killers like Henry Lee Lucas, a man who claims to have taken over 3,000 lives, and Joseph D'Angelo, aka the Golden State Killer, were also frequent visitors of Yosemite. Of course, these are just the ones we know about. And as you'll soon find out, several men went on killing for years in the area without ever being caught. Serial killer Cary Stayner, better known as the Yosemite Park Killer, was 34 years old at the time of his arrest. He would eventually be charged for the murder of Joey Ruth Armstrong, who was only 26 years old. Joey was a naturalist working for and living in the Yosemite National Park. She was running educational programs for children and youth, and in July 1999, when she failed to appear for work, her co-workers knew something had to be wrong. Friends and family became worried and instantly called the police, and a search began. When officers first arrived at Joey's cabin, there were obvious signs of a struggle. Her home looked as if it had been ransacked, like a bull through a china shop. Various items belonging to Joey were scattered across the cabin, but among them was something that didn't belong to her. It was a red mechanic's hat. At the time Joey's disappearance was reported, investigators already had their hands full with another case, while the FBI was already involved in that case as well that was also inside the park. Due to the signatures at the crime scene being very similar, they believe Stayner was involved in all of these killings and kidnappings. 5 months prior to finding Miss Armstrong's body, the NPS had discovered that 3 women had gone missing inside the park. Carol Sund, 42, her daughter Julie, who was 15, and Sylvina Peloso, who was 16 years old. She was also a foreign exchange student, staying with the Sund family for the summer. After a few days of extensive searching in the area, officials began to make arrests and interview people. none of which provided any leads to the whereabouts of the women. One of those fruitless arrests was that of Cary Stainer. He worked at the Cedar Lodge as a handyman at the time. He had no criminal record, and he had only had one brief run-in with the law in 1997 with a marijuana charge. So unfortunately, Stainer would be released without issue. The local police and park rangers were unable to locate the three women, but they did discover Carol's wallet in Modesto, California. Something was clearly wrong here, but investigators had no leads. A full month into the search, investigators found Carol's vehicle. It was several miles away from where they were all camping. According to ABC News, boots, car keys, and a camera with pictures of all three women were found. It showed pictures of them inside Cedar Lodge and various other places they had visited on their trip. It was burned through and through. 2 bodies were inside the open trunk, but there were 3 people missing, of course. This is when the FBI finally entered the investigation. The burns on the bodies were so severe that they could not initially identify the bodies very easily, but they did know that the remains were that of 1 adult female and 1 child female. Eventually, they would come to learn that those were the bodies of Carol and Sylvina, though unfortunately it would take several more weeks for Julie's son's body to be found, and it was found in the most chilling way possible. 2 weeks after the bodies were initially discovered, the police received a letter from the killer. The letter contained a hand-drawn map and simply a note saying, "We had fun with this one." The map led to a large body of water off Route 120, known as Don Pedro Reservoir. This was 40 miles away from Carol's burnt rental car, and this is unfortunately where they would find Julie. Her body was recovered from an embankment, and her throat was slit with such force that she was nearly decapitated. Fast forward 5 months to the case of Joey Armstrong. Her car was packed for a trip, and clear spin-out marks were left behind, showing where a different vehicle had turned around. Her body was found nearby the cabins, and medical examiners determined that she likely died the day before. One of the most disturbing facts about Joey Armstrong's murder, though, is the fact that she was decapitated. Authorities ended up locating her head some 27 feet away from her body. Though undoubtedly a bit more severe, the injuries to Julie's son's body were very similar to that of Joey Armstrong's. Authorities agreed they were dealing with a potential serial killer. They were now adding Julie's case to the Sund case that they had already begun investigating. The FBI did their best to keep these details under wraps and did not release any of this information. A witness was able to identify a vehicle make and model. It was the same type of vehicle owned by the handyman from the Julie Sund case. You got it, Cary Stainer.
FBI, open up!
Initially, his interview didn't wave any red flags to authorities, since he had no criminal record, but with this new lead, they re-interviewed him and checked his vehicle. Though no evidence was actually found, he did fit the profile to a T. He was a loner who flew under the radar, had access to the site, and possessed extensive knowledge of the area. Authorities acted quickly, arresting Cary Stainer for a second time. They learned that Cary would stalk these women and then violently kill them after assaulting them for who knows how long. With Joey, he watched her while she loaded up her vehicle, back and forth from the cabin to the car, just long enough to know that she was indeed alone. Then, he forcibly removed her from the situation. After being immobilized with duct tape and thrown into his truck, she tried to jump out, head first, but unfortunately, she didn't get very far. On December 12, 2002, despite pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, Cary Stainer was sentenced to death for the 4 murders, and has been living the last 20 years on death row in San Quentin Correctional Institution. Henry Lee Lucas was beaten and abused as a child. His mother was a prostitute, and his father was a bitter alcoholic. In 1960, Henry claimed to have killed his very own mother with the same instrument she used to abuse him, a broom. He did serve time in prison for this, but apparently was released due to overcrowding. Henry told prison staff and authorities alike that, he's not ready to be let out into the real world. He will probably kill again. He even foreshadowed that they would be sorry if they let him out. Obviously, though, this didn't change the overcrowding situation, and he was eventually released by 1970. Then, only a year later in 1971, Henry tried to kidnap 3 schoolgirls and was subsequently sentenced another 5 years in prison. During this time, he established a relationship with a family friend who began to write him while he was in prison. She was a single mother, and they married upon his release in 1975. But Henry left only 2 years later after his stepdaughter accused him of sexual abuse. Lucas began moving between relatives' homes, and one was eventually able to find him a fairly stable job in West Virginia, where he would establish another relationship that would once again end in abuse allegations. This is when Henry moved to Jacksonville, Florida, where he befriended a man by the name of Otis Tooley. Henry would go on to kill his common-law wife. She was only 15 years old at the time. He stabbed her in the chest before dismembering her body into what he claims tiny little pieces. And this was just the beginning of Henry's killing campaign. Lucas was originally convicted of 11 murders and was given the death penalty, but his sentence was commuted to life in prison in 1998, and he died of congestive heart failure in 2001. I hear you, Swamp Dweller. What does Henry Lucas have to do with Yosemite? Actually, quite a bit. In 1988, Henry was already serving a life sentence for his crimes that he committed in Texas. While incarcerated, Henry was actually a suspect in over 177 different cases. 2 of these cases were actually very high-profile cases in the Mariposa County area, more specifically, Yosemite National Park. By this time, investigators were over 7 years into the Stacey Harris investigation, and 4 years into a case revolving around unidentified human remains, which were discovered in the park. The FBI, who was now involved in the Yosemite cases, liked Henry as a suspect. He seemed to fit the MO of some of these killings, especially from a confession provided by Texas Rangers that allegedly Henry Lee gave them. Henry apparently took credit for a murder that he described as being in the Yosemite National Park. The Lucas Task Force had officially been formed by Texas authorities, but they also had aid from law enforcement around the country. The intention was to flush out as many confessions and details as possible. In the Yosemite cases, Lucas claimed the victim was a female hitchhiker he picked up on Highway 41 between Fresno, California and Yosemite National Park. This was sometime in the early 1980s. However, it wasn't just this confession that got authorities interested in Henry, though. It was the fact that he had information about this murder that was never made public. Only the person who committed the crime would know these details, quite frankly. Like when he had taken some investigators to an area within the park and told them he had buried some beer cans in the area. He said that he had put them under a log, and sure enough, when investigators went out to find these things, they did indeed find these exact beer cans under this log in the area he told them it would be. However, it was later determined that somehow Lucas was given the files to these cases that he was being accused of, so he would have been predisposed to this information. Some have suggested that he may have adapted his confession to these cases to make himself a bit more infamous in the overall grand scheme of things. I mean, he was gonna die in prison regardless, so might as well take credit for more murders, right? I mean, make yourself more prolific, more famous in a way. A serious allegation against the Lucas Task Force is that they actually allowed him to read these files and brush up on the information surrounding them, which resulted in convincingly detailed confessions to most of these crimes, some of them that don't even make sense that he would be a part of. So this makes it very hard in determining what is actually fact and what is actually fiction when it comes to how much Henry Lee Lucas actually did in Yosemite National Park.
Some of you may remember a few weeks back my episode that I uploaded on the Stacey Arras story. Now, I'm only going to cover the broad details of this case because I do have a longer video on that. If you want to check it out, you can find it in the description. But I still want to cover it to make sure those of you who don't know about it get these details, and also because it is a rather pinnacle story in the Yosemite area. Stacey was only 14 years old when her and her father and 6 other people went on a nice hiking trip through the back country of Yosemite. They were horseback riding along the High Sierra Loop in the Tuolumne Meadows. There are 5 camping sites along that 49-mile loop, each spread about a day's hike apart. Stacey's group reached the last site in the loop on July 17, 1981. This particular camp has 9 tents and is capable of accommodating around 34 people. There is no electricity or running water in this campsite. After arriving at the camp, Stacey changed into her flip-flops and left the cabin with her small camera. She was just intending to explore the area and snap a few quick pics. She did ask her father to accompany her to a short hike to a lake that was about a mile away, but unfortunately he declined, which would be a decision I'm sure he would regret for the rest of his life. On her hike, Stacey ran into 77-year-old Gerald Stewart, who accompanied her for about 20 to 30 minutes of her hike, before he decided to take a break and then return alone. Other witnesses had not really observed them walking together, but some did say they saw Gerald resting on a boulder while Stacey continued on ahead. When she failed to return to the camp, a 12-day search ensued. But nothing was ever found, unless you look at some other speculative sources that claim a camera lens was found, but I cannot find any official documentation that states that. To be clear, there was no blood, there was no clothing, no shoes, nothing at all was left behind of Stacey Arras. Not even her cigarettes. Yes, at 14 years old, she was smoking, but hey, give the kid a break. If one thing is for sure, we know that smoking cigarettes is not what killed her. It is believed that something did, however, but that something has never been found, and either has Stacey Arras' body. Henry Lucas was cleared as a suspect in the Stacey Arras case. However, investigators simply wanted to know if Henry knew anything at all about other cases related to Yosemite, specifically to another case, one that has tormented Yosemite investigators for years on end. They desperately were trying to identify a 1983 Jane Doe and determine how she died. Henry Lee Lucas died before he could be convicted of several crimes that he was thought to be a part of. Over the years of his incarceration, he alleged to be a part of 3,000 murders, even going as far as providing details to specific crimes and the locations. The FBI and Yosemite officials were considering Henry for a lot of cases within the park, but most importantly, they were trying to link him to the death of Patricia Patty Hicks Dahlstrom, a woman who went missing in the early 1980s. And for several decades, it wasn't just Patty's case that remained a mystery, but her identity too. On June 28, 1983, a severed arm would be discovered. It was extremely decomposed. Estimations dated the death to be at least in 1982 sometime, but no clear identification could be made. At best, it was possible that these body parts belonged to a petite woman. There was just no way to be sure. Then in 1988, near this same location, a skull was found. This also belonged to an adult female, and likely belonged to somebody who was in their late teens or early 20s. But DNA wouldn't be able to confirm this theory until 2009. Finally, in April of 2021, she was finally identified with the assistance of Parabon Nanolabs, but her family requested the information not be released publicly. This information would not be publicly revealed until it was featured on a Hulu series, Wild Crime, in October. Patty's family declined to show up on the show and give any interviews, which is understandable. Henry Lee Lucas was never convicted of the crime, even though he did confess to being the perpetrator. However, many believed that Patty was actually murdered by someone named Donald Gibson, a cult leader and dangerous predator known to stalk Yosemite in the Merced area. This Yosemite deep dive continues to get darker and darker. The last time Patty spoke with her family was in September of 1982, just after moving to Merced, California. She had actually joined a religious following founded by Donald Gibson. Her friends would later go on to report that her personality would change significantly after this. When Patty reunited with her best friend Ruth Lavrakis just before 1982, Ruth learned that her friend was probably involved with what was known as a cult. Patty and Ruth discussed meditation, but mainly she talked about Donald Gibson and their elusive church in the woods, San Anda Apostolic Church. This church was often referred to as the cult by local Merced residents. They held low opinions of Gibson and those who held his company. Some claimed the women were chosen on attractiveness, while the men were recruited with the promises of sex and drugs. There were also reports of arranged marriages and sexual rituals. You know, all the fun culty stuff you see on Netflix. When Patty had finally met Donald, he had been living in and around Yosemite for damn near a decade at that point. Shortly before she went missing, he was convicted of 4 different accounts of assaulting minors sexually. But don't you dare go anywhere, because his crimes actually get much worse than that. Not only was he abusing minors, he was drugging his victims with LSD and all kinds of other stuff before assault, saying things like they would become a part of the deity, and by doing so they would relive all of their sins. Though found guilty and set for incarceration, it is believed that many of his followers remained loyal to him, probably out of a sense of fear and manipulation. Considering he jumped bail to avoid sentencing, they were well justified for their paranoia. This guy was known to kill, and he would likely do it again. Patty decided to leave the area upon finding out that he was set free, and her roommate believed she planned to take public transportation to the very park she was found in. Many have speculate and fear that he may still occupy that same area, continuing to prey on younger people in secrecy. As it stands currently, no one knows where Donald went and nobody has ever seen him again. Is it likely he probably killed this person over Henry Lee Lucas? I believe so entirely, but I guess we'll never truly know, unless he's caught. Donald Gibson remains a fugitive at large, and his whereabouts are probably as good a guess as anyone's. He definitely does not deserve the freedom he's gotten. Alive or dead, he didn't deserve any free time after what was discovered. Even more unsettling, unlike Henry Lee Lucas, Stacey Harris and Donald Gibson would have been in the park at the exact same time. Her case actually took place at the peak of Donald Gibson's involvement with Yosemite National Park. Gibson was never thoroughly investigated as a suspect for Stacey Harris's disappearance before he went on the run either. So there is a good chance that he could be a match, who knows. Again, that's just speculation though. In the instance of Patty and many others, it's unknown exactly what happened to her or why, but her case highlights a few things. Yosemite is full of predators, whether it be people, animals, or something else. There is always something that is there lurking to prey on the weak and the vulnerable, all in some of the most beautiful, unsuspecting places. It is worth mentioning the infamous Golden State Killer, Joseph James DeAngelo. He was known to prowl the Mariposa County area, stalking his victims. Though he hasn't been tied to any crimes specifically tied to Yosemite, DeAngelo was a former police officer, so it is believed he understood how to cover up his crimes a bit better than most. He actually was damn near close to going free entirely without ever being caught if it wasn't for a commercial genealogy thing that caught him up. This was a company very similar to things like 23andMe and Ancestry.com. Apparently, he would be linked to crimes through a distant relative's DNA. On April 24th, 2020, he was arrested at his home in Citrus Heights, which is a suburb of Sacramento. In June, only a handful of months later, DeAngelo pled guilty to 13 murders, 13 R-word related allegations, and admitted to committing dozens more murders and crimes that he was not being convicted of. All in a time span between 1976 and 1986. 10 years he committed so much violence, many of these crimes being beyond the statute of limitations. He was found guilty of crimes in 10 counties across California. More than 3 of these cases were on the western border of Yosemite, which is damn near way too close for comfort. On August 21st, 2020, D'Angelo was sentenced to life without possibility of parole. It's predators like these, the Henry Lee Lucases and Cary Stainers of the world, that not only make your skin crawl and give you goosebumps, but force you to wonder, is it possible that some of these cases are related to unsolved murders? Could it be that not all serial killers in this area have been apprehended, like the Golden State Killer, who lived a long, free life after going on a murder spree for over a decade? He's an example of the fact that some killers just don't get caught, and some of them go free for the rest of their days. So it's entirely possible that many monsters like this exist, and I would go out on a limb and put a lot of money down on a bet to say that there are still several people doing this today. I don't at all buy into the theory that serial killers can't exist in today's world. It's entirely possible that these people or some unidentified killers are responsible for the missing and disappearances of people even to this day. Of course, no one can be sure, but the following cases remain unsolved. Michael Fissery was an experienced hiker and backpacker. He grew up in Southern California. He was known to have a photographic memory and worked for the post office after graduating from university. Aside from hiking, he also enjoyed surfing, and he cycled to work every single day. So he was in excellent shape, especially for a 51-year-old. On Wednesday, June 15th, 2005, he visited the north side of Hetch Hetchy Reservoir for a solo hike. This was an area he has visited several times before and was very familiar with. The trail he planned to take that day was a lesser used one comparatively to the popular trails of Yosemite. Ultimately though, this trail would circle back around the reservoir. On his way up Till Mountain, Michael deviated to the north and began walking up the Pacific Crest Trail. Unfortunately, this would be the last time anybody would ever see or hear from him. The only known medical condition Michael had was a condition that made swallowing his food slightly more difficult. He had to chew for an extra amount of time to make sure he didn't choke. His family did not report him as missing until sometime around 4 days after he had gone missing. On the 21st, Michael's car was located in the parking lot of the hiking area, and this is where the official search began. Michael was a tough guy. On a previous trip to Yellowstone, he had actually broken his ankle and crawled all the way back to civilization. He was a badass to say the least. His family, understandably, considered that this may be what was happening now in Yosemite, but when his backpack was the only items of his to be discovered, they began to get worried and fear something much worse may have gone down. The backpack was found pretty quickly after the search began, just off the trail, near Till Mountain. Knowing that he would never leave something so important behind, his family and friends began to get incredibly worried that the situation is much more dire than initially thought. Michael was known to use an empty milk jug to collect water, and it was not found in his bag. Considering there was a river just below the slope that his backpack was found, it's speculated that he may have gone down to fill his water jug, but at this point it's unlikely that we will ever know. Did he simply fall into the river, slip, or something like that? Your guess is as good as mine. In all of the years since his disappearance, no other clues have been gathered. Various psychics claim he's alive, and the family has periodically conducted various searches over the area, but there have been no new leads. At the time of his case, the MPS budget for search and rescue was just under $5 million, and Yosemite is responsible for using more than a quarter of that budget every single year. Walter Reinhard was a 66-year-old retired Marine from Oro, Arizona. He served as a member of the Elite Force Reconnaissance and spent 2 combat tours in Vietnam. Despite surviving so much time in a literal war zone, in November of 2002, Walther entered the Yosemite woods to never be seen again. His car was found seemingly abandoned at the White Wolf Mountain trailhead west of the Tuolumne Meadows. The search covered a 150-mile radius of the White Wolf trailhead. This included helicopters, bloodhounds,
bloodhounds, boats, and crews of park employees. But with all of this, they were unsuccessful in locating Walter. His sons, Kevin and Walter, soon joined the hunt and continued long after the search officially ended. They knew the chances of his survival were slim to none, but they just were hoping for a miracle. Walter remained in peak physical condition despite his age. He exercised every single day and hiked up to 24 miles a week. If anyone at that age could survive that time in the wilderness, Kevin and Walter believed it was their father. A park employee who was closing down the lodge in the White Wolf area at 9 a.m. is believed to be the last person to have a sighting of Walter, and the last charge on his credit card was at a gas station about 15 miles away. On September 17, 2016, 74-year-old Peter Jackson texted his son to confirm that he was on his way to Yosemite. But that text message would be the last time anybody in his family would ever hear from him. Though Peter was an elderly man, he was in excellent physical condition and didn't have any known medical concerns. This seems to be some sort of theme among these recent cases we've covered. Peter went missing on September 18th, and his son reported him missing on the 26th. His vehicle was found in White Wolf Campground Site number 58, but his camping registration showed he was planning on leaving the 21st. Other campers haven't seen Peter at his campsite in the past 4 days or more. It is believed at some time Peter went on a hike, but it's entirely unknown what direction he headed, when he left, or when he planned on returning. Ground and air searches were conducted, with dogs, volunteers, the whole 9 yards, but as you probably guessed, nothing was found. On October 2nd, the search was placed on limited continuous search mode and has remained there ever since. In the summer of 2020, 50-year-old Sandra Sandy Johnson Hughes vanished in Madera County, leaving behind her vehicle and belongings, but not a single trace of where she could have gone. She was an experienced outdoors enthusiast taking advantage of the isolation the pandemic caused in most of the national parks across the country and decided to go camping in the Sierra Nevada National Forest. On Sunday, July 5th, hikers called park officials to report stolen property at a remote campsite. This was near Johnson Meadows in the Sierra National Forest, which is just outside Yosemite if you're not aware. Park officials were then led to an abandoned campsite, where authorities noted the entire clearing looked to be in disarray. Someone's belongings had been strewn about, including the tent. All their bags were emptied out onto the ground. It was a total and utter mess. It looked like a tornado ripped through the scene. They found enough personal belongings to identify the site as belonging to Sandra Johnson Hughes. But even after an extensive search of the area, there was not a single sign of Sandra anywhere. Upon contacting her family, they were immediately concerned about her well-being, stating that Sandra always kept her area and equipment nice and tidy. Plus, she would never abandon her things, just like most others wouldn't. It was all completely out of character for Sandra. Investigators also found a crashed car and discarded things like sleeping bags just north of Yosemite. Though there are no roads that connect Chiquito Creek to Johnson Meadows, where the camp was found, there are actually plenty of hiking trails that do indeed connect these two areas, putting these two areas really close and incredibly accessible to each other. Sandra's family put up flyers in nearby towns and businesses of that region. It was the height of summer, and this area is known to be bubbling with campers and hikers at that time. They figured it was only a matter of time before someone somehow would recognize Sandra on those posters in the area. Sure enough, after about a week or two hikers immediately noticed Sandra's picture. They reported that they recognized her and had seen her at least on the July 4th weekend, somewhere near the Chiquito Pass trailhead. According to them, she had a bruise on her face, and she was barefoot. The hikers allegedly asked if she was okay and needed any help. Sandra allegedly assured them that she was fine, and they continued on their way. According to Yosemite Park official reports, Sandra was left stranded on the side of the road after her vehicle broke down. When offered assistance from motorists or other people passing by, she would refuse help. Authorities said they will assume that she is still alive until evidence suggests otherwise. Recently, the Madera County Sheriff's Police Department did indeed confirm that the missing persons investigation for her is still open. However, the circumstances of her disappearance are entirely unknown still. One of the most recent hikers to go missing in the park is 31-year-old Joel Thomason. Came from a small town inside the San Joaquin Valley in Stanislaus County, just a mere 2-hour ride away from Yosemite. Joel was an experienced backpacker and hiker. He was also an experienced angler with much experience in the Hetch Hetchy area. That's exactly where he was planning on hiking this time. He wanted to go to the northwestern part of the park. He wanted to hike to Lake Eleanor and back. The lake is a reservoir located in the northwestern region, but it's in a more backcountry area of Yosemite itself. Joel began his hike on Monday, September 6th, and he was due back from Hetch Hetchy on September 9th. The last time anybody had seen Joel was the first day he set out on his hike. Apparently, he was sighted by a park ranger by a rather steep area of the O'Shaughnessy Dam, but wasn't reported missing until September 11th, 2021, about 2 days after his intended return. For several months, investigators would search along with his family and friends. The park was searched high and low for any sign of Joel, but as you guessed, there was no sign of him within the park. What's actually pretty interesting is how much stuff Joel actually had on him. Things that search parties and investigators never ended up recovering. He had a yellow and gray backpack, a green sleeping bag, a blue-gray hammock, tan zip-off pants, and a bright red inflatable kayak. Colors like red and yellow aren't very common in this area, so they should have been relatively easy to find. Not to mention, had Joel been attacked by an animal, he would have likely shed most of his possessions to escape the attack. Finally, in December of 2021, the extensive search came to a close with zero trace of Thomason, and unfortunately was presumed dead by officials and his family. The sad truth really is because there is no proof of his death, and because he didn't leave on his own accord, he is still considered a missing person, which prevents his wife and children from receiving his death benefits. The family's GoFundMe page explains, "In the state of California, it can take 5 years to get a death certificate for a missing person, which means his wife, Amanda, cannot collect on the things normally available to help bridge the gap, such as Joel's life insurance, Social Security, etc." In January of 2022, there were mentions on a public outdoor enthusiast forum named High Sierra Topics of gathering fellow anglers and backpackers to search for Joel once more. They planned to take the same route Joel had taken several months prior, but they would also be searching Laurel Lake, Frog Lake, and the eastern shores of Eleanor Lake. It's unclear if this search ever actually took place though. Even if it did, it's unlikely that they had furnished any real results since I haven't seen anything posted about it. But that doesn't mean nothing was found, I guess. To this day, Joel remains one of the many missing from Yosemite National Park. When it comes to bears, magic forces, paranormal entities, or even just people, ancient curses, or anything in between, who do you fear more? Do these monsters make Tanaya's curse seem mild? Or are they somehow a part of that very curse? Is it all connected or just happenstance? It's hard to come up with a definitive answer. Even after weeks of putting together this video, researching, writing, I still have no idea. Because when it comes to the legends, the theories if you will, and even the many realities of Yosemite, they're as vast and ever winding as the forest itself. If nothing else, we can count Yosemite as one of the most populated, mysterious, and downright deadly parks on the planet. That's not exactly the badge we're looking for, I guess, but hey, we'll take it. With the exception of Tenaya Canyon, as it seems Chief Tenaya may argue its reputation, it is fitting that the curse is indeed doing its job as intended. Well guys, that's the last one for this deep dive. It's nearly an hour and 20 minutes already, and I don't want to drag you guys along any deeper into the many, many mysteries and twisting tales of the Yosemite National Park. So what do you guys think? Is there a connection between any of these cases? Is there more than one explanation behind all of these strange disappearances and murders? I definitely want to hear what you think in the comments down below. Be sure to comment and let me know your thoughts about what the heck is going on in Yosemite. Whether you think it's Bigfoot, aliens, a drug cartel, a team of serial killers, I'd love to know. Anyways, thank you so much for supporting the swamp the way you do and sticking with me to the end of this long deep dive.
If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like. It helps get pushed in the algorithm by YouTube. Be sure to share this with some friends and subscribe if you're new, as it helps me grow. And I'll see you all soon with another creepy episode. Oh yeah, I just recently started a Patreon. If you want ad-free versions and early access to these videos, you can now find a link in the description to get access to those. Welcome back, swamp folk. I have a fascinating mystery to share today. I promise you, you will love it. This one occurred in the Daisetsuzan National Park, established in December 1934 in the mountainous center of Japan's northern Hokkaido. It's the largest national park in Japan. Its name translates to the Great Snowy Mountains. Before we dive into our actual topic, I want to share an exciting piece of information I discovered in my research. According to a local article, the people of Hokkaido have long revered the Daisetsuzan Mountains as a sacred place. In their native language, it's called Natap Kamoi Sur, which means the mountains towering over the great wetlands. But due to its diverse wildlife and breathtaking views, it is also known by the more affectionate name of God's Playground. A stretch of the park extends across the outer limit of a town called Ba, which is well known for its famous rolling hills. These were created many millions of years ago when the mountains violently erupted, leaving behind volcanic deposits that cooled to form their current scenery. Some of these peaks are still active volcanoes today, such as the one we'll discuss in this episode, Mount Asahidaki, which stands just over 7,500 feet tall, making it the tallest of all 16 peaks. It's located at the park's northern end and features a beautiful hiking trail that is arguably one of the most popular tourist attractions in Daisetsuzan. People travel from all over the world to make this trek, and it's easy to see why. Along the way, landmarks are used as guides. When hikers pass one, it offers reassurance that they are heading in the right direction. The most important of these landmarks is a large boulder named Safe Rock. Its name comes from its resemblance to a safe or a vault, but this landmark has a deadly twin. In the same area sits a second, nearly identical boulder dubbed as False Safe Rock. If someone mistakes it for the real landmark, they will find themselves on a seemingly correct path until realizing they're moving downhill into a swampy valley overgrown with tall, thick bamboo. Once inside, everything is so dense that it becomes difficult to see, and not everyone finds their way back out. The story we're covering today involves multiple lost hikers and a mysterious SOS signal. Everyone knows about SOS signals, right? Just in case you do not, it's a universal code for help. No matter where you are in the world, you can communicate that you're in distress with 3 simple letters. It may sound pretty straightforward, and usually it is, but I promise this time is a bit different. Just settle in and get ready for a lot of twists and turns. To fully appreciate the mystery of the SOS incident, we'll need to begin our story in 1989. 2 hikers went missing on Mount Asahidake. Assuming they followed the wrong trail from False Safe Rock, a police helicopter led the search for the missing men on July 24th. There was no trace of the hikers until just before nightfall, when rescuers suddenly spotted a strange SOS sign. Astonishingly, it was made from 19 birch trees that were cut and stacked together, each just over 16 feet long and just under 10 feet wide. They were also placed in a clearing far from the nearest birch trees. Can you imagine what it would take to put something like this together? Seriously, just think about it for just a rational second. It's a relatively important part of the case that will ultimately play a significant role in determining which side you choose. According to online sources and Wikipedia, the searchers quickly turned back to land, and while there was still no sign of the missing hikers, at first. Though hungry and dehydrated, they had no severe injuries and were none the worse for wear, especially considering their circumstances. They were given food and water on the way to the hospital where they could fully recover. When officers later praised them for making such a clever SOS sign, without which they indeed would not have been found, the hikers had no clue what they were actually talking about. This was completely unexpected. If they had not made the sign, then that begs the obvious question, who the heck did? I want to note here that some accounts vary as to whether or not this conversation happened in the helicopter or while the 2 men recovered in the hospital. The details are a little bit lost in translation, so I do apologize. Regardless, it was quickly confirmed that the rescued hikers had not, in fact, made the SOS sign. They weren't even aware that it had existed. Then came the chilling realization that if these two hikers had not made the sign, someone else clearly had. Someone who was still down there, potentially needing help. Before we move on to the next search, can we take a moment to appreciate what an insane stroke of luck this was for our two missing hikers who did make it out alive though? Without even knowing the sign was there, they just happened to be close enough to reach the investigating rescuers. And had anything gone differently that day, it's possible the sign wouldn't have been discovered at all. Don't forget, they only found it just before nightfall. Given the late hour, the search party could not return until the following morning, but it was back in full force at daybreak. Kenji Iwamura. The SOS sign was located 2.5 miles away from the peak of Asahidake, and an extensive search of the area was conducted. It wasn't long before a gruesome discovery was made as the authorities began collecting bones scattered around the sign. They were old, broken, and bore traces of animal bites, some of which may have occurred while the victim was even still living. Then, in a separate area, but still within a few hundred feet of the sign, police discovered a hole just large enough to fit a single person inside. It contained an unusual assortment of items, such as amulets, a human skull, a tripod, 2 cameras, a notebook, and a pair of men's basketball shoes. But the most important discoveries were concealed within a backpack. They were a tape recorder with 4 cassettes and a driver's license belonging to Kenji, a 25-year-old office worker from Aichi Prefecture, and had been missing since July 10, 1984. Kenji had set out on his own hike up Mount Asahidake, but when he failed to appear for work a week later, his parents reported him as missing. Unfortunately, no trace of Kenji was ever found until this discovery, 5 years later. At first, the cassette tapes seemed to feature nothing more than theme songs of the time's popular anime. But once listening, the authorities made another unbelievable discovery. Kenji recorded a final message over part of one of the tape's original contents. A statement in which he desperately begs for help that will never arrive. Even though the message was recorded in Japanese, the man's panic and desperation transcends any language barrier. The original clip is said to be over 2 minutes long, but the part of the message that translates to, "I'm on a cliff and can't move. SOS, help me. I'm at the spot where I first saw the helicopter. The bamboo grass is too deep, and I can't go anywhere. Please lift me from here." Now, considering the message specifically said SOS, you may presume he was the one to create the sign, and maybe he was. But this theory has several problems. First, however, we'll get through the official story, and then we'll break down all of the discrepancies at the end. Before we move on though, I will play a quick snippet of the part that I just translated for you so you can hear the actual desperation yourself in the voice. As for the human remains, the skull seemed to fit with the bones found earlier in the day, and everything was transferred to Asahikawa Medical University for examination. Honestly, this was just protocol at that point. The apparent conclusion is that the remains belonged to Kenji, and again, maybe they do, but initially medical reports determined it would be a woman between the age of 20 to 40 years old with type O blood. These findings would only be corrected when this incident began to attract the wrong kind of attention. In the days it took to reach this conclusion, the world fell in love with the story. Everyone followed it closely, hanging on to every detail. The sheer ingenuity behind the sign was impressive enough. I mean, experts estimated it would take at least 2 days and considerably more effort than a weak, possibly starving man would have. But that's one of the things we'll come back to. Authorities were able to confirm Kenji owned specific items in the backpack, such as the anime cassette tapes, and that he wore the same size shoes as the ones found in the hole. It's understandable how one would conclude that these remains belonged to Kenji, but when those results came back, and suddenly it was much more difficult to accept that this was a neatly closed case. Investigators wanted to believe there were 2 men and a woman involved, but there was no record of a missing female, and Kenji was known to be alone when he ventured up the mountain. Plus, if he had met someone along the way, doesn't it seem likely he would have indicated others were also in need of rescue when he was recording the request to be airlifted off the cliff? Many were beginning to feel that Kenji's mention of the SOS was more likely to be a coincidence. We'll probably never know for sure. But these questions led to a great confusion in the investigation and the media coverage. The more Japanese officials insisted the case was solved, the more backlash they would initially receive. Now we're going to move on to some more conspiracy-filled theories, since all the information we actually have is kind of dried up at this point. To the world's great surprise, on February 28, 1990, the Asahikawa East Police Station announced a complete re-examination of the remains had been performed, and new findings concluded they belonged to a male with type A blood, or in other words, Kenji. Make of that what you will. It feels a bit, suspicious to me. The Japanese aren't exactly known for being open and honest with their investigations, but it's only fair to hear both sides. And a Read Cash article does report that mistakes on such a grand scale can happen often enough in medical universities. At the very least, it's not impossible, you know? So let's take a closer look at the sign itself instead. Today, this story is considered one of the more excellent internet mystery classics, and the ingenuity behind the sign is one of the main reasons that people are so obsessed with this. When it was constructed, the only thing we can say for certain is that the Japan Forest Agency and the Japan Geographical Authority checked previous aerial photos taken in September 1987. They could confirm the sign was already there. They also studied records from 1982, but these photographs lacked the enormous SOS signal. Experts estimated it was likely at least 2 days and significantly more energy than a weak, possibly starving man would even possess. Each of the 19 logs seemed to have been cut with an axe, yet no axe or any such cutting tool has ever been recovered from the site. Does that mean one doesn't exist? No, of course not. But the area has been thoroughly searched on multiple occasions. Oddly, it would be the only item to remain lost. Plus, don't forget how big the logs themselves were. 16 feet long and 10 feet wide sections of birch tree must weigh several hundred pounds. Maybe closer to 1,000 if you want to be realistic. I find it challenging to believe Kenji would be able to drag such sections of wood into the clearing, especially when the autopsy report specifically described him as very frail. It would have been quite literally impossible for him to do alone. As for why Kenji would specifically mention SOS in the recording, one interesting observation made by anime fans is that Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy features a famous scene in which fallen trees are arranged into the shape of an SOS. Or perhaps, unlike the 2 missing hikers, Kenji had previously seen the enormous sign, and it was simply on his mind. Either way, it's widely accepted that he recorded these messages intending to play them back for rescuers should he be discovered after becoming too debilitated to speak. Now, assumably, batteries would last longer than your own lung capacity. Those who disagree with this theory do believe the tape recorder was switched on by accident while the man was screaming for help. But I disagree. His message was exact, as it's giving somebody a specific instruction. It's not mindless cries for help. Of course, some question whether the man in the recording is Kenji or not as well. When his parents heard the recording, they could not confirm it was their son's voice. Is it because it wasn't their son, or is it because grieving parents have a hard time accepting the loss of a child? It's also worth noting that the sound quality of the cassette tape isn't exactly what we're used to hearing today. While yes, the cassettes were in pretty good condition and played rather fine, there's only so much a cassette recorder can do for a desperate, panicked man trying to record what he knows may be his last message. Furthermore, according to Kenji, he was trapped atop a cliff, needing to be airlifted out, but yet his bones were discovered out in the open. It's speculated he eventually reached a point where he simply wanted to descend the mountain any way possible, but when he climbed down to this last cliffside, he could not proceed any further or turn back. However, this argument is often met with the fact that Kenji could have easily changed his mind after recording the message. Eventually, he would have accepted the helicopter wasn't returning, and at that point he may have become desperate enough to continue his descent. Though this leaves us with even more questions. would he have had enough energy to undertake such a task and constructing that sign? Primarily, if the climb down was responsible for his fractured bones, one fracture was found on a leg bone and the other was in his upper body. With all that said, that's still not the end of it. What about Mother Nature herself? We know this sign already existed in September of 1987, but how long can something like that sit out in the open elements without suffering overgrowth? How can it endure the extreme mountain weather conditions of heavy snow and rain yet still be perfectly visible for such an extended period? Investigators only stated that the logs looked too old and were partially submerged in mud. Is it more likely that someone constructed the sign after Kenji's death but before the two missing hikers in 1989? Because there are still plenty who believe Kenji is still responsible despite these contradictions. And unfortunately with that, there's not too much more I can cover without kind of running in circles and just covering theories that kind of are based off other theories, and, I don't want to waste our time. So with that, what do you guys think is going on here? Maybe it's not the pretty staggering evidence that it seems to be at first glance. What do you think? Did Kenji make the sign? Or did someone come along after him? Did the bones actually belong to a missing woman, or are they actually Kenji's? Were Kenji's bones never found? Could those body parts be less of a match than we thought? Did the medical university receive two different results based on which bone was tested? Let's hope the mistakes weren't taken that far, right? Seriously, this was actually a very fascinating case to research, and I highly recommend viewing the articles for yourself if you want to learn more. But first, you have to let me know what you think in the comments. Shrek will be angry if you don't, of course. We gotta stay safe out here in these swampy streets. While you're at it, be sure to slap that like button, be sure to subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications as I upload brand new videos nearly every day on cases just like this. Thank you guys, as always. This was definitely one of the more interesting ones. I'm having a lot of fun jumping over into the international waters, and translating things can be a little tough, but hopefully we're doing a good job over here and you're enjoying them. I'll see you all soon with another creepy episode. Hey guys, since you enjoyed the first installment of the Strange Things Found in Nature series, I thought I'd make a part 2. Personally, I know the stuff I found in episode 1 had me floored. And if you missed episode 1, be sure to check it out. You can find a link in the description. You're not going to want to miss those. Now, whether you're hiking, taking a nice walk on the beach, or anything in between, there is never a shortage of strange and downright disturbing things to be found in Mother Nature. This time around, we have everything from plane crashes to mysterious photos and maybe even murder. But of course, we're going to save the darkest for last. Before we get into these stories though, be sure to elbow the like button in the face like you're trying to survive in a mosh pit. Subscribe if you're new, it helps the channel grow immensely. And get ready for these strange and downright disturbing things found in Mother Nature. To start this video off, I'll ease in with a few more exciting stories that seem a bit more harmless until you get a little bit deeper. Now, like I said, these images may seem innocent, but sometimes there's, something darker lurking just beneath the surface. While you're out in the wilderness, we don't realize that we're experiencing something ominous until sometimes after the fact. When you return home, you sit down, you go through your pictures you took in nature, and you might just catch something you didn't see in person. Well, that's pretty much what happened in this case. There's no better example of this than a short horror film inspired by a true story called Alone Time. The earliest copy I could find of this film series was in September 2014 on the director's YouTube channel known as Rod Blackhurst, and is labeled as an unparalleled production in association with Frank and Paul Films. I don't know what any of that means, but hopefully it means something to somebody. It was also uploaded to a few other channels. I just wanted to make sure we got the correct credit due is why I'm mentioning all this. Alone Time shares the story of a young woman who is living a monotonous routine. To break this routine, they decide that they're going to take a camping trip. I'm sure we can all relate to this, jumping out to the great outdoors to try to recharge and escape the monotony of everyday life. So she packs her bags, heads out of town, and is seen purchasing one of those little yellow temporary cameras that you used to have to bring back to Walgreens or whatever convenience store that you bought it from to get the pictures developed, before finally enjoying a beautiful view of a secluded lake. Over the next few days, she seems to find that inner peace in the solitude of nature
nature that she was looking for. She takes one last beautiful picture of her campsite before finally leaving, with a smile on her face and a new sparkle in her eye. She goes back to town, has the film developed, so she can savor each one of those memories that she made. Eventually, we'll see her flipping through these amazing pictures of lakes, country roads, green mountains, a serene river, and everything you can imagine. But unfortunately, her face turns grave when she notices something isn't right with this next picture. It's a picture of her from when she fell asleep, but she wasn't the one that took the picture. She starts to realize there are a bunch of these types of pictures, and she throws them down on the floor in shock, and she realizes the implications of what potentially is going down here. I know I won't be doing any solo camping anytime soon after watching this little thing, but seriously, it's only 13 minutes long. It's definitely worth checking out and gives good context to what we're about to talk about. Something incredibly similar happened to a man in the 1980s when he visited Grand Canyon. This account actually comes from a Redditor by the name of Zombie Gandaffi, who is actually the nephew of the man this happened to. Allegedly, the uncle was on a road trip with some friends and decided to stop at the Grand Canyon for some photos. They only spent about roughly 15 minutes in the area. They were taking pictures, having fun, small talk, and they never saw anybody in the area apparently. They believed they were entirely alone in this portion and felt lucky for it. After returning home and developing all the pictures they took in the Grand Canyon, the uncle noticed something quite freaky. There was a pale, tall white man wearing what looked like some sort of long, black hooded cloak in the picture not far from them. This led many Redditors to think that this may be some sort of Grim Reaper caught on film, or maybe some harbinger of death. Many speculated that it was sitting there lying in wait for the uncle to fall to his death, or maybe even cause him to fall itself. Granted, this would be a straightforward situation to fake and wouldn't be too terribly hard to pretend like they didn't see anybody there, but assuming that it is not a hoax, a skeptic might believe the mysterious man was simply just a tourist that happened to be in the picture and photobombed without really realizing. But why would they be dressed that way? It seems like they're more dressed for a Halloween party than they are the Grand Canyon. Honestly, anytime I see this photo or any conversation around it, it just raises many more questions and little to no answers. Was this stranger merely in the area to photobomb and scare people? If so, why didn't they make themselves known all the way back then? Maybe he saw the uncle and at first decided to back off, noticing they were taking a picture. Who knows, there could be a very benign and simple answer to this. But what gets me the most is why didn't anybody in that group notice him standing by? Don't you think somebody would have noticed a person lurking just a couple of feet away? Because in the picture, he looks fairly obvious. I don't think you could miss him. But definitely be careful next time you get close to the edge. You never want to slip, and you never know who might be lurking behind you. Most discoveries on this list are things people found by accident. However, this next one, everyone from elderly hikers to families have tried to deliberately make it through these treacherous trails to visit this next site. Located near the Great Smoky Mountains in Waynesville, North Carolina, are the remains of a Cessna 414A plane that actually crashed on November 24th, 1983. Locals say a combination of hazardous weather and pilot error contributed to this tragedy. Apparently, this crash took the lives of both pilots and the single passenger on board. Due to the rough terrain of the crash site, only the bodies of the victims and the plane's engines could ever actually be recovered. The fuselage left at the area of the crash site is an eerie reminder of what can happen when Mother Nature and pilots aren't prepared for what's thrown at them at any given time. Despite being common knowledge, the trail remains completely unmaintained and remains a popular tourist attraction in the area. I don't want to share the exact details or directions just in case anybody wants to go after watching this video, because I'm not trying to be liable for anybody breaking a toe out there, you feel me? But the information is rather easy to find online, so best of luck to you explorers out there. If you're daring enough to take on this trip, take a hiking buddy and definitely tell others where you're going. It's a challenging climb and rather easy to get lost on. Even the most experienced of hikers have been known to have a hard time on this hike. There are countless drop-offs near the trail, so you have to be very careful and make sure you're wearing the right clothing, footwear, equipment, and basically have the ability to be able to traverse these types of terrains. This is not for somebody who has an injury or can't be very mobile. Those who do wish to try their luck at this spot, though, should probably start from the parking lot at Water Rock Knob Creek. It's off the Blue Ridge Parkway, which is also a beautiful drive for anybody looking for beautiful nature in the mountains. And though it does seem chill and typical in the beginning, it quickly becomes one of the hardest hikes that you will ever experience. It requires taking giant steps over roots, climbing over massive rocks, squeezing under fallen trees, traversing steep, muddy sections that involve a decent amount of sliding, jumping, and just all-around mobility. Safe to say, if you have 99 agility on RuneScape, you'll probably be okay though. All jokes aside, if you do make it past all of this, hikers are rewarded with the ghostly remains of the Cessna, almost 40 years old now, sitting there, untouched and being devoured by nature. Oh, and if you do happen to make this trip, please be respectful of the area. Vandalism has become such a problem in the past, and it just makes everything look ugly. Why would you want to besmirch something so beautiful as this? Our third topic takes us all the way to Tok, Alaska, a place I've personally never heard of before. A small town just 93 miles from the Canadian border. At roughly 6:05 a.m. on April 26, 2021, state troopers were informed about a potentially buried freezer in the woods. They located about 100 feet within the woodland, near mile 112 of Tok, Alaska. It was on a small road known as Tok Cutoff Road, and I'm almost positive you guys will be able to guess what was inside. Unfortunately, the freezer contained human remains, which were then transported to the state medical examiner's office in Anchorage. Although it was considered a homicide from the beginning, investigators never really gave much information. They didn't confirm the victim's gender, age, or even race that I know of. They didn't release any information initially about whether this could be tied to some sort of local missing persons case or not either. Though, to be fair, that would be for a good reason ultimately, as no one had reported this body missing, which would later be identified as a man. Even though, after later research, it turned out that this man's last known sighting was all the way in 2018. In mid-August, the victim was publicly identified as 67-year-old Michael Lynn Tefteller, and of course his family was notified promptly. Lead investigator Michael Iverson would eventually confirm that the victim was indeed murdered. They appealed to the public for any information they may have. Iverson stated that Michael was an Anchorage transient, and they believe he had been dead for quite some time before the gruesome discovery. Authorities were hoping to learn what business he may have had in Tok, to figure out potentially who he may have been meeting and who may be the culprit. They have gone through several avenues in this case, but apparently they are stuck at a standstill. To this day, it remains a complete mystery how Michael Tefteller ended up in that freezer that day, and how long he had been there. It's genuinely unsettling to think that his killer or killers are still out there running free. Since this case remains ongoing, many details have been withheld from the public still, but this is definitely a case I'll keep my eye on for the future to be sure to let you know of any updates or if it gets solved. This case isn't the only case of human remains being found in the woods though, and oddly enough, in a freezer. In February 2020, 75-year-old Jean Soren Mathers was found dead during a wellness check in Toole, Utah. It was determined that she died of natural causes, but what police found in her home would leave them truly shocked. There was a second deceased body in her freezer. The body was later identified as Jean's 69-year-old husband, Paul Edward Mathers. His body was wrapped in a black garbage bag and then wrapped with a second one with duct tape for security. The popular running theory right now is that Jean kept her husband's death a secret so that she could continue to collect his veteran disability checks. Mathers was terminally ill with end-stage bladder cancer. He was last seen at the hospital on February 4th, 2009. An autopsy had placed his death only about a month later. The thought about him being in the freezer, though, for a decade is what truly creeps me out about this story. Additionally, the cause of death remains unknown. It is likely that he died from his terminal cancer though, that much we can assume. But of course this was never confirmed post-mortem, so who knows what actually happened. Likewise, asphyxiation couldn't be ruled out either because of the plastic bags. Technically it could have been placed there before his death, but I guess we'll never truly know. There were also lethal levels of narcotics found in his system as well, which is pretty shady. But in a 2008 2008 letter from December written by Mathers himself apparently, he did say that his wife had nothing to do with his death, although that is what my drama queen mother may try to accuse. This seems to indicate that maybe Mathers was aware of what his wife was going to do with his body, and maybe that they kind of collaborated on it together so she could still get money while he was gone. I mean, the estrangement from his family would definitely have helped that whole missing person thing, because nobody would really notice he was missing. How could they? But again, we can never really know for sure. Both people that participated are now no longer with us. It's entirely possible Mathers never wrote that letter, and this could all just be some devised plan of his wife. But ultimately, it remains one of those unanswerable questions in life. Now it's time for our most gruesome discovery for this episode. I was highly debating making this one the last one, but I don't know. I just couldn't bring myself to end a video on something so, disturbing. Let's just call this one a palate cleanser, if you want to call it that. Imagine you're just out minding your own business, walking through the woods, enjoying nature, and then suddenly you walk upon something that you don't even know how to explain. You stumble upon a cow's tongue pinned to a tree. Now, that might sound strange to you, but that's precisely what happened in 2016 to a Brooklyn resident. The tongue appeared to have been stitched down the middle. And apparently this wasn't even the first time someone in that area has made a discovery like this. Apparently multiple calf tongues were found nailed to trees in Manhattan's Inwood Hill Park. But apparently the discovery of these animal tongues being nailed to trees and such aren't even that uncommon in the New York area. At one point, over 40 tongues were found in Pelham Bay Park. And Brooklyn's Prospects Park has also had its fair share of animal tongues being nailed to trees. One notable one is apparently a bovine tongue full of just all kinds of needles. Who knows what those needles once held? Apparently decapitated goat and rooster heads have also been found in every single one of these parks. And apparently New York isn't even the only place. This has been reported in California and Texas recently as well. You'll probably be relieved to hear that in most of these cases, the tongues are believed to be store-bought and not ripped directly from a cow's mouth. Well, I guess they are, but you know what I mean. Religious experts have actually theorized that this is being used in a ritual of sorts. Traditionally, cow tongues symbolize the silencing of an adversary. This can encompass everything from ending somebody's smack talk to stopping somebody from testifying in court. Religions that practice such things are Santeria, Umbanda, Voodoo, and Candomblé. But true believers often prefer different terms. The tongue isn't left to cause fear or harm, but rather to instruct the spirits. The target doesn't need to see the tongue or even know that it's there. Photographs, names, and handwritten messages are often left with the tongues. But understandably, there was nothing left behind that could really identify the culprits who left these tongues there in the first place. It's entirely possible that these tongues were placed by pranksters trying to be copycats and make fun of the whole thing. But even so, I can't help but wonder who is trying to silence their enemies. Dr. Miguel de la Torre, professor of social ethics and Latino studies at Denver's Lyth School of Theology, commented on the 40-plus tongues left in Pelham Park. 40 tongues is overkill in my opinion. Maybe it's for the grand jury. So now you see what I meant by not wanting to leave you hanging with this as a finale. It's kind of a cliffhanger. Instead, for this last case, let's get back to the simple idea of finding human remains. Yay! And I think you guys will appreciate this last one. This remarkable incident from Lemhi County in Idaho has missing 411 vibes all over it. At around 4 p.m. on September 17, 2021, the Lemhi County Sheriff Office reported a bow hunter's discovery. These remains were discovered when a Good Samaritan was leaving one hunting area going through another via a shortcut that he liked to use every so often. Unfortunately though, due to the fading light and rugged terrain, authorities couldn't gain access to the scene of the body until the following day. Despite the delay, it didn't take authorities very long to identify the victim here. They identified the remains as 39-year-old Raymond Jones.
a man who went missing 53 years prior, on September 7th, 1968. The most heartbreaking aspect of this whole case is that September 7th is not only Jones's birthday, but his son's birthday as well. Sadly, they can only share 12 of those birthdays before he would go tragically missing. Of course, September would always be a rough time for the family. How could it not be? It's actually kind of insane, and such a crazy coincidence, that his body was found nearly to the day that he went missing, and also, of course, right around their birthday. Jones would disappear while hunting mountain goats in Lemhi County, Idaho, not very far away from a place called Hayden Creek. Others had been with him on this trip, but I guess he was alone when he went missing. Considering his remains were found at the bottom of a steep incline, officials think that he may have seen a mountain goat in the area, tried to pursue it, and potentially fell to his untimely death. But of course, this is only speculation. We can't really say for certain what happened. And I definitely don't want to be one of those people online that perpetuates some sort of crazy theory around this. We can never be too sure what actually transpired that day. It could be nefarious, it could just be bad luck. We never truly know. The initial search was aided by tracking dogs. It was unsuccessful and ultimately called off due to the bad weather. Lots of snow was coming in, which would make this search even harder. And as we have learned, when snow comes in, sometimes it just erases all the evidence altogether. The search would resume again after footprints were found in a previously searched area, so it gave them hope that maybe, just maybe, he was alive. After the official search ended, 70 searchers, helicopters, the whole 9 yards were hired by the Jones family to continue searching. Unfortunately, no further signs of him were ever found until this recent turn of events. 2 days later, Jeffrey would receive a final birthday card in the mail, presumably sent before his dad's death. Though Raymond's first wife passed away in 1986, his second wife, son, and one sister were at least able to hear the good news and get closure. If nothing else, this case proves that there is always hope to be had at the end of the tunnel. You just have to keep searching, keep looking, and don't give up. Another heart-wrenching and mysterious case comes from this past April, when a man found a little boy's body in a suitcase while he was hunting mushrooms. The discovery was made in a nearby wooded area of Washington County. According to the media, the child was African American and anywhere between 5 to 8 years old. On April 18th, Indiana State Police Sergeant Carrie Hewells appealed to the public for any sort of information that may help identify this young child. But sadly, to this day, no one has come forward with any information. No one has reported the boy missing, and quite frankly, we don't know anything about what happened. The autopsy was performed the following day after being discovered, but it was rather inconclusive. It was able to determine that the boy died probably the week previous, but any sign of death or what actually caused that death is rather unknown. The young boy was laid to rest in Salem Cemetery. His gravestone reads, "In loving memory to a little boy known to none but God." Given that this case is so recent, it might have an update in the future and be a potential video for us. So, fingers crossed that we get some good news. It's safe to say there is no true haven on this earth. No matter where you go, the danger in the constant fight of survival is always just around the corner. We live a life where we are ever battling death, trying to prolong that battle as long as we can, but ultimately, we always lose that battle. We must respect our planet, we must respect nature, and we must respect the lives of others who live on this planet with us. Whether that be our fellow human being, whether that be the animals around us, it is very important. Something I noticed quite a bit while researching and recording this video is the amount of debris and trash left over in a lot of these places. I know it might not seem like a big deal to many, but this, in my opinion, is a massive problem. Please throw away your trash or keep it in your pocket until you can. It really does do wonders to the world. Be sure to like and subscribe if you're new. If you enjoyed this video and you want to see it continue, please be sure to let me know what you would like me to look into in the comments down below. If you have a case, a story, or anything like that you'd like to send to me, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or r/thedarkswamp on Reddit. Many thanks to Justine Perry, who helped me write today's episode, and also additional thanks have to go to Paige Turner for the additional writing and edits. They are both amazingly accommodating and help me be able to put out these videos at the rate that I do. Be sure to show them some love as well. Have you
ever found anything strange or unexplainable while out in the woods? Let me know in the comments, as I'd love to discuss with you. Be sure to download this on your favorite podcast platform and give us a 5-star rating on Apple Podcast and Spotify, as it helps us grow in there. And I'll see you soon with another creepy episode.
Okay, so we're in his head right now. We're at the location where I parked my car. Okay, so I'm Keith now. I parked my car. I've gotten out the car with the rope and this bag, and everything I have in my hand was the last effects that we received from Montgomery County. But this is not the bag. I'm just putting this. But inside the bag are his boots, his blue jacket, and there's another duffel bag that was ripped apart. But there's also 2 cases of the wine cooler that he was also carrying. These were full. This is actually the original. All this is the original stuff that we received back in '86. Now, I'm in his head. I'm getting out the car. I'm depressed. I'm going to kill myself. And I have all of this, except I don't have a note. Now, I'm going to commit suicide, but I don't have a note. So let's walk. So as I'm thinking to myself, if I'm going to kill myself, how would I do it? Oh, I have the rope, so I guess I'll hang myself. But then if I hang myself, why am I hanging myself? Most suicide victims, when they, from my understanding, 85% or 86% usually leave a note, or maybe he's in that 40% range, I don't know. But
researching into the darkest and most depressing topics online will certainly present you with many tragic cases that are never solved. Many times I will come across cases that seem to have been forgotten and ignored by our justice system. As I keep mentioning in these videos, I just keep finding a trend of lazy and unjust investigations being conducted by law enforcement in the 1980s. I have made it my mission to shine a light on these cases in hopes one of you watching may have some sort of information to share. The story we are covering today is a case that was truly failed by our justice system. The story of what happened to Keith Warren has haunted his family for over 30 years. Officials claim he took his life, but the evidence points to something more nefarious. What actually happened to Keith Warren? Well, let's find out. At 19 years old, Keith Warren was on his way to a promising and bright future. He had recently graduated from Kennedy High School in Silver Spring, Maryland. He was on his way to college and pursuing further education. During the summer, he was hanging out with friends and working a few jobs. Keith at the time worked at Glenmont Chrysler and Bell Pre-Shell. I am unsure for how long or what type of schedule he worked. Before I go any further, I want to stop and say a majority of this information that I have on this case has come directly from Mary Warren, Keith's mother herself. Mary has been running and maintaining a website dedicated to her son's unjust death for over 30 years. She has made it her mission to not only put out the facts of this case, but point out the prejudice and negligence of the local police force. You can check out additional information, evidence, documentation, and donate to the investigation at the KeithWarrenJusticeSite.com. Keith was apparently well-liked and a personable person who made friends very easily. It's safe to say this would be a double-edged sword. Keith had made friends with some undesirable people over the summer, some which may have been involved in drugs and crime. Now that we are more acquainted with the background of the situation, let's dive right into the story. Keith received a phone call on Tuesday, July 29, 1986, and then left home to hang out with some friends. Keith never came home. The next day, Keith's mother, Mary Warren, called the Montgomery County Police and notified them that Keith was potentially missing. Mary was told that until 48 hours had passed, they cannot look for him, unless he had an extreme medical condition. 2 days after Keith Warren hadn't returned home after hanging out with friends, paramedics from the nearby fire and rescue station got a call from a girl who claimed someone had committed suicide in the basement of their house. The house in question was 14655 Tynewick Drive, not too far from Keith's home. Rescue personnel arrived at the scene and were met by 3 people: Chip Wynn, the house owner, Claudia Lawson, Chip's girlfriend, and an unidentified male. I could not find much more about that third person. Officials had been informed that Claudia had been the one who called in the report. When officials asked to see the basement, they were suddenly told the body was in the woods. When officials asked the group to join them in the woods, they declined and sent Claudia instead. Claudia had never given a reason as to why she called saying the suicide was in the basement. This just screams a red flag for me personally, especially since Claudia would yet again change the story, saying she had stumbled upon Keith's body while walking her dog in the woods. The paramedic on the scene, Dallas Lip, noted that the scene did not look like a suicide. Montgomery County Police Officer Luther Leverett from the Wheaton Glenmont Police Station responded to the scene and took over. According to Mary Warren, this officer seemed to have known who Keith was and also knew who Chip Wynn was. She adamantly claims that Officer Luther Leverett did not follow the proper police procedure and did not secure the scene and close off the area to preserve evidence. According to multiple bystanders, the officer seemed to be in a rush and was acting very unprofessional. Officer Leverett was apparently even quoted as saying, "Why would this have to happen on my lunch break?" This is extremely concerning to me. I couldn't imagine an officer of the law reacting this way to a suspected suicide. According to the reports, Officer Leverett immediately ruled the death a suicide. Over the radio, he told the county coroner not to bother coming and mark down the death as a suicide. In the report, Leverett notes Keith, and I quote, apparently jumped off a log. The paramedic who arrived on the scene stated that there was no log or anything else for Keith to jump off in the area. Officer Leverett removed the body from the tree and had Keith's body sent to Collins Funeral Home and the body embalmed immediately. This is of course not the proper procedure. It was until 7 hours later Keith's family was finally notified about his death. Now just think about this for a moment. They had processed the entire scene, sent the body to a funeral home, and skipped a trip to the morgue, and never told the family their loved one had been killed, let alone committed suicide. This is absolutely unacceptable. Officer Leverett was given Mary Warren's phone number and even was offered a phone to call her. But he declined and said to have her call him when she got home. What sense does that make? After receiving a call from her neighbor telling her to call Officer Leverett, she was extremely upset and wouldn't tell Mary what was wrong. Mary called and was told that Officer Leverett was out on another call and would not be available for at least 2 hours. Again, makes a lot of sense that we would have to wait for a specific cop to get information about a situation involving your child. Roughly 2 hours later, Leverett showed up at Mary's work and questioned her about Keith. Mary had mentioned that he had been missing for 2 days, and that's when he dropped the bombshell on her. He told her Keith had committed suicide and asked why would he have done such a thing. The next few statements are directly from Mary herself. I wanted to include her exact words to truly express how deceitful this investigation really was into her son's death. I asked if the officer had found him. Officer Leverett responded that yes, he had been found and he had committed suicide. He questioned me as to any reason why Keith would have committed suicide, preying upon the innate pain and guilt that any mother would feel when receiving such a message. I cooperated with him the best I could while agonizing over this revelation. At the time, I trusted Officer Leverett, even though I could not think of any reason why my son would take his own life. I tried to think of any recent disagreements between me and my son. The only thing that came to mind was my strong objection to Keith's choice of car. Officer Leverett later exaggerated my statement and used it to substantiate his own creation of a reason. It was Officer Leverett's idea that Keith had become depressed over this and committed suicide. Although Keith had no history of drugs, I asked Officer Leverett several times whether or not drugs were involved, given the fact that the area of Aspen Hill in which we lived had reported drug activity amongst teenagers.
he empathetically replied, "No." Upon his departure, and an hour later, Officer Leverett handed me a business card from Collins Funeral Home in Silver Spring and told me to contact them after 9 a.m. the next day. At first, Mary said she did believe the narrative that Keith had taken his own life. She had yet to realize or be educated on the details of the case. As far as she knew, Keith was found and sent to a morgue. When she learned this and found many discrepancies too numerous to ignore, she had come to the conclusion that this was no suicide, and others agree with her. After Mary's meeting with Officer Leverett, she called her brother and had him go to the funeral home ASAP and identify the body. For whatever reason, he was denied entry multiple times and told to come back the next day. After a full 24 hours later, they finally let them very briefly see the body of Keith Warren. He had already been embalmed, and Mary was even sued at a later date for not paying for the services, even though she had not ordered them to embalm her son's body. It just seems at every step, the officials are wanting to make this as hard as possible for the Warren family. When Mary requested her son's clothing, she was told they were destroyed because the amount of body decomposition had deteriorated the clothes, which makes no sense to anyone with a brain cell. Bodies do not decompose that badly in 2 days' time in those circumstances. Now, if this were a swampy area or something along those lines, then maybe it could be more believable. Mary refuted this as well. She even works in pathology for a living. She also requests the rope and eventually was given a brown bag containing the rope and Keith's signature brown boots. A few days later, after Keith's body was found, the Montgomery County Police Station chopped down the tree. They claimed to have done so to collect further evidence, but nothing has seemingly come from it. Police treated this case as a suicide from the very beginning and called it an open and shut case. I strongly believe this not to be the case though, and Mary Warren agrees. There are so many unanswered questions here. Why was protocol not followed? Why was the family not contacted until 7 hours later? Why was the body not sent to the coroner? Why was the tree cut for evidence if this was a suicide? And most importantly, why does the evidence point to murder? A few years later, on April 9, 1992, Mary had found an envelope addressed to her on her front porch. There was apparently no return address or anything like that. She opened it to find the original copies of the police photos from the crime scene. Mary has never figured out who sent these to her, but there was also a note included in this envelope. According to this note, Mark Finley and another redacted person would be next. Scarily enough, 4 months later, Mark Finley was killed in what was claimed to be a freak bicycle accident. Even stranger yet, Mary claims her car was then broken into, and only the note was stolen. Nothing else was taken. After inspecting the photos of her son closely, she noted several odd things. First, she did not recognize the clothes Keith was wearing. She did his laundry and was familiar with his wardrobe. Second, Keith was not wearing his brown boots as Officer Leverett had said. He was wearing white running shoes, which are apparently not his. Lastly, Keith is nearly sitting with his feet touching the ground. It doesn't even remotely look like he jumped from anything. It actually looked like he was propped up where he was after he was already dead. After receiving these pictures, Mary demanded that the case be investigated more thoroughly. Police were apparently shocked by how she had even received the photos and were now willing to talk to her, albeit with not too much interest. Even after the new information presented to the Montgomery County Police, they refused to move forward. Mary requested to see the tree that they had cut down, and they had said that it was destroyed in a fire at the police HQ. Why does it seem at every turn there is a massive cover-up going on? Assistant State's Attorney Matthew Campbell even went on record to say the police did a poor and sloppy job on this investigation, but did not have the case reopened. It would seem this would be the end of Keith Warren's story. Gone, but surely never forgotten. But this is not the end. A group called Clams, Chatter, Laughter, and Mingling Society became interested in the case and helped raise thousands upon thousands of dollars to have Keith's body exhumed and have independent pathologists and other forensic scientists conduct an autopsy and toxicological exams. 5 separate pathologists found that Keith had died from inhaling or ingesting toxic chemicals and not from asphyxiation. These results were sent in to Dr. John Smilek, the chief medical examiner of the state of Maryland. He apparently declined the report, saying the chemicals were likely from the embalming process. Now, as I feel that could be a logical answer, I also feel it would be extremely valuable to investigate further into this. According to Keith's mother though, some of the chemicals found in Keith's body are not the types used for embalming, and the toxins found were much more lethal than the embalming fluid. Now, whether or not Keith took those toxins on his own accord or not is to be proven, but sadly, the official ruling of the death remains suicide by hanging. Keith's case has been featured on one of my personal favorite shows and inspirations, Unsolved Mysteries. This stirred up many tips, but one, in particular, was more interesting than the rest. An unknown female from Alabama called in and claimed to have dressed Keith's body. She didn't explain why Keith was undressed, but she did say she dressed him in someone else's clothes. This tip confirmed for Mary Warren that her son was dead before he was strung up in that tree. This case is truly one of the most tragic I have covered thus far. When I stumbled upon this case the other day online, I knew I just had to make a video on this and spread awareness for this case. The blatant cover-up from the police just boggles my mind. Something more happened here, but I can't exactly say what. What I can say is, though, that justice was not served here, and a mother still grieves over 30 years later. If anyone has any information on what happened to Keith Warren in July of 1986, please send in your tips and information to info@thekeithwarrenjusticefoundation.org, and be sure to visit thekeithwarrenjusticesite.com for more information and documentation on this story.
Today I thought it would be fun to talk about some disturbing things that park rangers have found while out on the job. Now I know this is a different video, I'm on camera and it's a little bit different, but hopefully you'll enjoy it and stick with me. With the exception of a case from 2019, everything we're going to be covering in this video has happened rather recently within the past 6 months or so. And seriously, to all my swamp dweller family out there, these park rangers have some truly horrendous jobs sometimes. Some of the things we're going to discuss, if I found personally, would definitely be quitting the job. Just know if you're a park ranger or an ex-park ranger, I respect the hell out of you. Just be safe out there on the job. I don't want to have any of these stories be about you. But if you do encounter something disturbing while out there on the job, you know who to send it to. I'm trying to make this a regular series. The Foot in Yellowstone National Park. I thought we'd dive into something that happened actually only a few weeks ago. Maybe only a month ago at most. If Wyoming is known for anything, it's definitely its beautiful park of Yellowstone. Yellowstone National Park was discovered in 1872 and boasts an unfathomable size of 2.2 million acres. And according to the Park Service website, it has the most natural geysers in a single area anywhere in the world. The dangers of Yellowstone really can't be stressed enough though. Aside from the supervolcano, if you spent any time on this channel, you know there's plenty of legends that go on about that park. With such vast areas of untouched wilderness, you know there are a few secrets lying about. Yet it's no surprise that Yellowstone is one of the most breathtaking places in the entire country. So of course it's become one of the top tourist places to visit all across the country. Now, whether any of these legends actually have anything to do with the human foot found around this natural geyser called the West Thumb Geyser Basin is up for debate, but we do have a little bit more information to share. According to KSL News Radio, Chris Quinn was visiting Yellowstone with his family on August 11th when they spotted a shoe floating sole up in the hot springs. Obviously concerned, he took a picture and sent it over to the Park Service. Whether the email was disregarded or the shoe simply wasn't found isn't specified, but nothing came of Quinn's email. Then on August 16th, everything would change. an employee would find a very mysterious shoe. It was complete with a foot still inside, found floating in the abyss pools. This particular hot spring is over 50 feet deep, so making it very dangerous. It's one of the deepest in the entire park, and it can reach up to temperatures of 140 degrees. Now that's a freaking boiling bath. The area was crossed off to be investigated, of course, and cleaned up. Authorities quickly ruled out foul play, believing the foot might actually be related to a death from July. Guys, I read so many articles and I still can't really figure out what they're referring to. But aside from what happened apparently on July 31st, no real information has really been released. Obviously, I'm not a professional researcher, but I did Google some articles from the time and from the area. I was hoping to find some sort of mention of the incident, maybe some sort of obituary, and I couldn't even come up with a victim's name. When the Park Service was inquired about this email that they received from Chris Quinn, spokesperson Linda Varese could not confirm or deny if it was the same foot that had been reported that they had found. But I think it's pretty coincidental at the very least. In all honesty, it just kind of seems like a lame way of saying we messed up without saying we messed up. Luckily, with this being such a recent case, there may be some updates coming in a future video, very soon. The truck in the reservoir. Our next story is also from just a few weeks ago. I would say this is less mysterious and more everything else. Joe Donnell was a park ranger and emergency responder for 25 years, but is now currently retired. On August 22nd, he was merely enjoying his time at Morehouse Reservoir in Summit County, Utah, when something went terribly wrong. He and his family were near a boat ramp when they discovered a truck started rolling into the ramp, going straight into the water. Though he couldn't see inside the truck at all, he could see people chasing after it straight into the water. They were yelling and screaming and just freaking out. Upon approaching, he would learn some absolutely horrifying news. The parents and grandfather of a 9-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl were unloading their kayaks from their Dodge pickup truck, as you would, when suddenly the vehicle began to lurch forward with both of the children still inside. Luckily, one of the boys were able to escape without the assistance from anybody. Brandon Haskell was able to save the toddler, but the last child, Paxton Knight, was trapped inside the truck and was disappearing before everybody's eyes into the water. Joe later told reporters at Fox 13, "As an emergency responder, you are trained to respond." Without hesitation, he went in. While standing on the cab's roof, the murky water was much too dark to really see through, and it was almost completely over his head. But he dove 6 or 7 times, over a course of around 10 minutes, before finally emerging with the boy's body. While in the submerged truck, visibility was dang near zero. Finally, on that last dive, by some stroke of luck, he felt something floating and grabbed onto it and yanked it out. He hugged Paxton close to his chest and began swimming back up to the surface. Once he was out of the vehicle and back onto the beach with all the bystanders, Fiona Pierce and Chance Peterson began to do CPR and resuscitation. Fiona received CPR training as a nurse, and Chance was luckily able to assist. He was then airlifted to the nearest hospital and put on life support. The fact that Pierce and Peterson had stepped in when they did really helped. It was every bit of a miracle that Joe's presence was there too. It's almost as if they weren't supposed to be there when this accident occurred. The story's actually kind of weird. They originally tried to visit the reservoir a day before, but a flat tire put a wrench in those plans, so they had to come a day later. The EMT, who arrived on scene, said Paxton had a pulse within the first minute of their arrival. Considering how long the child was submerged, this is truly some sort of miracle. Thankfully, Paxton went on to make a full recovery and is doing okay. He was released from a hospital, I think about a week after. Shortly after, the Knight family would come and be reunited with that brave park ranger. Joe and the others involved had a nice award ceremony and a banquet. As of a September 3rd update, the families, who are now all friends, are going to be planning to do this every year. For all the dark and horrifying cases we cover on this channel, it's nice to hear a happy ending for once. It's true, Joe and the others are heroes, no doubt, but that kid was underwater for 10 minutes. He fought like hell to survive and is a real warrior. Paxton is one tough little dude, and I think he's going to be doing some great things in his lifetime. The Three-Eyed Snake. Next, how about we do something a little bit more fun to break up some of these heavier topics. This one is the oldest one on the video.
This comes from March 2019 and definitely qualifies as weird and mysterious. Have you ever seen The Simpsons? Have you ever seen that episode where they have that three-eyed goldfish? Well, that might not be too far from reality. I'm here to tell you about something a little different though. A three-eyed snake. And of course, he's named Monty Python. And of course, with such a crazy natural thing being discovered, it's no surprise that this ended up being in Australia. According to an ABC News article, the roughly 3-month-old carpet python was discovered on the Arnhem Highway near a small town, I kid you not, called Humpty Doo. It measured almost 16 inches long upon discovery. Because there are several cases of dual-headed snakes, it was assumed this three-eyed specimen would be the result of two heads fusing together. But according to an X-ray, it was an actual third eye socket altogether. It's extremely unlikely that any environmental issues had anything to do with Monty's condition, and it's very likely that it was just a natural defect. Snake expert Brian Fry from the University of Queensland said, "Every baby has a mutation of some sort. This one is just particularly coarse and misshapen." He also suggested the third eye could be the last bit of an absorbed twin, but he wasn't all that surprised by Monty's existence overall. Park officials likewise said that this was probably something that happened during the embryonic stage. Apparently malformed reptiles are actually relatively common, though if you are a fan of conspiracy theories, you might want to consider this as a sign of the coming apocalypse, or maybe something stranger. Go ahead, I won't judge you. Regardless of how the third eye came to be, it's downright strange and a nice break from some of these more brutal things we've come to find. Unfortunately though, Monty's condition made it hard to eat, and he died only 2 weeks after being discovered. Rest in peace, Monty. A lot of cocktails in the camper. Next we have a delightful tale involving some, a lot of cocktails. Now, near a trail somewhere just outside of Los Angeles, comes a headline you wouldn't expect to see on a normal day. Or I guess, Los Angeles. Weirder things have happened, to be fair. I'm sure most of you already know what they are. But if you don't know what a Molotov cocktail is, let me explain real quick. Sometimes people, usually with bad intentions, fill the bottom of a glass bottle with a flammable liquid, stuff one end of a rag into the neck, and cap it off with a tar-like substance. Then, all they need to do is light the other end of the rag on fire and throw the bottle at the intended target. In theory, the glass will break, the flammable liquid will catch fire, and boom. Big ouchie for the target. On May 21st of this year as well, an anonymous civilian discovered something quite unsettling. They walked up upon multiple Molotov cocktails. They immediately alerted a park ranger as quickly as they could. They ran all the way down to the Santa Monica Mountain Recreation Center. Upon inspecting the designated trail, the park ranger discovered upwards of 8 devices and some gasoline containers not too far away. It looked like they were trying to be hidden in a nearby wooded area. The items were quickly recovered by the LAPD, and of course assisting agencies also lent a helping hand. Evidence left at the scene somehow led authorities to a particular suspect. This suspect was named Maxim Klemenko, who was then arrested for possession of destructive materials. This charge constitutes a felony offense in California and carries a maximum prison sentence of 4 years. Much like the Yellowstone mystery Foot, there is very sparse details on this story, and researching it was very hard. The most recent article I found was dated March 26th of this year. It relays something along the lines of the LAPD have yet to really release how they knew Klemenko was their man. And, as of right now, we don't have any updates, but if we do get some, potentially we'll cover them in a future video. Talladega Murder Camp. Finally, I saved the most brutal and most heavy case for last. I want to tell you about something that happened on August 14th of this year. So, very, very recently. It's as wild as it is tragic, and I'm sure this is gonna hit you right in your feelings. So I'm just going to start at the beginning and do my best not to spoil anything at the end. It all begins with a young college couple returning for their next semester of schooling. They were attending the University of Central Florida when they made an impulsive and somewhat random decision to visit the Talladega National Forest in Alabama. 22-year-old Adam Simji and his 20-year-old girlfriend, Michaela Paulus, were driving down a forest road near the Chiaha Mountains when a woman suddenly flagged them down, looking desperate for help. Once at the woman's car, the couple spent well over an hour trying to help. They even went so far as contacting relatives for tips to get this car started and working for this woman. But ultimately, when nothing worked, they offered to get help at the nearest ranger station for the woman. That's when the woman, who would later be identified as Yasmin Hyder, pulled out a gun, told the couple to drop their phones, asked for their banking passwords, and began walking them into the woods. As it would turn out, Adam would actually be armed, and he chose this moment to draw his weapon. He yelled for Yasmin to get on the ground, but the woman simply just did not comply. Instead, she fired a shot from her own gun, and though her gun jammed at first, Adam was struck once while Yasmin was struck a few times. During this exchange, Michaela would realize there was another woman there with them, who would later be identified as Crystal Diane Perkins. They were watching just in the distance nearby. When the gunfight ended, Yasmin called for their accomplice, but apparently, after a brief conversation or some sort of confrontation potentially, Crystal ran deeper into the forest. Adam was also grievously injured, and at this point, Michaela was finally able to call for some help. It was roughly 11:30 a.m. when Clay County Rescue Squad, Shinbone Valley Volunteer Fire Department, Linville Police, and sheriff's deputies were dispatched to the area. Upon arrival, they discovered Michaela trying to perform CPR on Adam, but he never regained consciousness after his wounds. He was unfortunately, pronounced dead at the scene. Yasmin was found nearby with multiple gunshot wounds to her torso. She was flown to Birmingham Hospital, where she went under many different surgeries under the watchful eye of the police and investigators. For the next several hours, police searched all over the Talladega National Forest for the other assailant who fled. Investigators soon learned that a group of people may be living off the grid somewhere in the Talladega Forest, and based on some local reports and rumors, they were said to be armed and dangerous. Tracking dogs from the Alabama Department of Corrections and the Alabama Law Enforcement Aviation Unit joined the search. Eventually, the tracking team led them to a cluster of tents deep within the national forest. Surprisingly though, it was only a half-mile away from where this robbery took place. Officers would later go on to describe this as some sort of a base camp. On their approach, they noticed Crystal standing there near the tents. They immediately ordered her to the ground, but before she could even comply, her 5-year-old son comes walking out with a shotgun. Luckily, the little boy puts it down and there is no one harmed. Crystal was initially arrested for child endangerment by the Clay County Sheriff's Office. She was initially taken to the Clay County Detention Center. She would be there until the Department of Human Resources could further look into the case. Obviously, they would eventually take custody of her child. Later, authorities would add 1 count of murder, 2 kidnappings, and 2 counts of robbery to her list of charges, which are the same ones Yasmin would receive. Adam's family started a GoFundMe, which was successfully able to cover his funeral funds, as well as assist with Michaela's therapy as she tries to move on from this situation. I can't imagine the trauma she must have endured going through such a situation such as this, but I wish her all the best in her recovery. It will probably be some time before we get any more details about this case since it is so recent. Not even the woman's attorney information is available yet until August 17th due to a gag order issued by Judge David Law. It prevents defense lawyers and law enforcement from making comments on the case. On an interesting side note, while it is legal to camp in the Talladega National Park, you have to move every 21 days or so. So, if you do make a plan on living in Talladega, just make sure you're pretty nomadic. Oh yeah, and don't try to rob or kill anybody. Well guys, that's it for tonight. You know I'll have another video for you guys in a few days. These were some truly disturbing and strange things found by park rangers. And honestly, like I said in the intro, I salute you guys. Your job is absolutely insane. And I couldn't imagine the strange and crazy things that aren't even reported on a daily basis. I'm sure there's tons of them out there. If you guys have any topic ideas that you'd like to see in this type of format, please comment them down below. Definitely let me know how you liked this video. I really would appreciate some feedback and knowing how I can improve the channel, how I can make these types of videos better. And don't worry, I will get better with the editing. If you're new to the channel and you haven't subscribed yet, be sure to hit that red button, slap that like like button like it owes you a month's worth of lunch money. And don't forget to comment down below. Let me know what you thought about these things. If you have any strange things that have been discovered by park rangers or police officers or anything in between, let me know. I'd love to make another video on it. With that all said and done and out of the way, thank you guys as always for supporting the swamp. And I'll see you guys soon with another creepy episode. Valentine's Day is one of those smaller, yet somehow busier holidays that many lovers across the globe partake in every year. I know personally, I love showering my loved ones with gifts on this day to show them how much I care. It seems not everyone is as festive as us though. It seems some people have more nefarious and sinister intentions. This story is a tragic and unsolved case from the late 80s. In the rural South, this is the story of the Jenkins County Jane Doe. Before we jump into this unsolved mystery though, I just wanted to take a moment to thank today's sponsor who made this documentary possible. I don't know about you, but I love to play a good, competitive game to release the stress from the day. Personally, I'm a PC gamer, and recently I found a PC game that has practically taken away all of my free time. World of Warships is a game where you can command some of history's most iconic war vessels. You can unlock new ships as you play the game and dominate the oceans. There are more than 300 warships to unlock and choose from. Guys, the details are crazy realistic. The game has realistic weather effects, as well as warship customization and upgrades. And they also frequently add new events. Choose your warship class that fits your playstyle. Destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and carriers, each with their own unique gameplay mechanics. I know recently, a lot of good games have come out, but World of Warships truly tops the list. You can use torpedoes, anti-aircraft guns, penetrating bullets. You can also use smoke screens to hide from the enemy or execute a counterattack. You know, using that 200 IQ gamer tactic. You can destroy enemy warships and even set them on fire. But wait, there's more. You can control airplanes using the carriers and execute the strikes yourself. Download the game using the first link in the top of the description and let's go to war together. While signing up, be sure to use the code BATTLESTATIONS2020 to get a free 250 doubloons, 3 days premium account, ship USS Charleston, and a +1 port slot. Now, let's get into this truly strange, unsolved mystery documentary. To begin this story, we need to go back in time to 1988 in the small town of Millen, Georgia. A man and his girlfriend were scouring the area for cans and bottles for money. Not my ideal way to spend Valentine's Day, but you gotta do what you gotta do. While the man's girlfriend waited in their car, he jumped into a dumpster to find some more cans. Before we go any further, I must mention, in the days prior to this event, a foul odor had been reported around the area. No one had seemingly thought much about it at the time though. As he was searching, he found the source of this wretched smell. This man discovered a duffel bag. He opened the bag with his pocket knife and instantly regretted doing it. He made a truly gruesome discovery. There were body parts wrapped in plastic stuffed into this duffel bag. The body parts were badly decomposed at this point. At first, the man was shocked and didn't know what to do with his find. For some reason, his first reaction was to get a friend to come look at the contents to confirm that this was indeed a bag of body parts. This was exactly what it was though. A dismembered, decomposed body of a woman. But who was this poor woman? This is the true ongoing mystery. Around 4:45 p.m. the same day, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, aka the GBI, and the local police were on the scene. Due to Millen being such a small town, the local coroner did not have the experience needed for this scene. Since the local facilities were not equipped for this, the autopsy was conducted in Atlanta by a GBI coroner. It was reported that the woman had been in the dumpster since Friday the 12th,
2 days before she was discovered on Valentine's Day. But reports show that she had been dead for at least 4 to 7 days. There were no obvious signs of injury, but her feet had been bound. Many other tests were run on Jane Doe. She came back negative for any drugs or seminal evidence, which would have surely been left behind if an assault occurs. No cause of death could be 100% determined, unfortunately, which really makes profiling the killer much harder. Rumors do speculate it could have been due to some kind of asphyxiation. No matter how she died though, she is considered to be a murder victim. Since Jane Doe's remains were in such bad shape, the post-mortem photos were not released. At least I could not find them, that is. There are 2 available reconstruction photos of Jane Doe though. This first sketch was made up by GBI forensic artist Marla Lawson in 1988. It was admitted to not be as detailed as the composite, which was made at a later date. The composite shown here shows what Jane Doe may have actually looked like. She was estimated to be somewhere around the age of 16 to 25. She was roughly 5'4" to 5'5" in height, and would probably have weighed around 135 to 145 pounds. She was described as having a slim build. She has long, thick brown or black hair. There is a rather large dispute in her eye color though. Multiple sources report it's listed as brown, and others it's listed as unknown. Her dental records show she had good teeth. Her upper teeth were rather crooked, and she had recently had a lower wisdom tooth removed not too long before she was killed. The last detail I could find is that Jane Doe's legs were freshly shaven. Another detail that has been up for much speculation and confusion is Jane Doe's race and ethnicity have not been identified. This may seem trivial, but knowing a victim's race or ethnicity can reveal a lot of information about the culprit. Media rumors speculate that she was Asian with the possibility of being mixed, though local rumors disputed that fact and speculated that she was in fact Latina or Native American. Marla Lawson, the GBI forensic artist who created the reconstruction of Jane Doe based on the post-mortem pictures, thought she was of white or Asian descent as well. This stalemate and conflicting details could be a real monkey wrench in the progression of this investigation. Inside the duffel bag, officials found a pillow, bedspread, bed sheets, and a towel alongside the body parts. The pillow and bedspread seemed to be from the same matching set. They both had the same rose design on them. The bed sheets reportedly had no designs or unique markings. The towel had printed butterfly designs on it. The bedding was eventually linked to a Korean manufacturer. Officials can't be sure, but they think these items could have been Jane Doe's own property. Now, I did find more details on this case while I was digging around online. I studied deeper into Millen, Georgia itself and the surrounding areas, more specifically in the time period of 1988 when this crime occurred. For some context, Millen is a very small town. Even today, the town barely hosts 3,100 residents. In the 80s, the town only boasted a few hundred more residents, sitting at around 3,800 in its prime. A quick disclaimer before I continue. I see everyone who lives in the United States of America as American. I don't like saying blank American, but for the context and understanding of this case, I will be using the blank American term as used in the public information used to create this video. Anyways, back to the video. The town of Millen at the time had a majority of its population made up of African American families. Asian American families were a tiny minority in Millen at the time. After looking at a historical table of the town's population, you can see that Asian Americans only made up 0.17% of the entire population. If we look at the Native American population as well, it is even less at only 0.06% of the population of Millen. So if Jane Doe came from any of these racial backgrounds, then a quick look into the residents at the time who fit those backgrounds could help determine who this girl is. Speculation that does argue against this point though, is that due to the demographics of the area and the fact that undocumented migrant workers come through the area seasonally,
it is suspected that Jane Doe may not have even been from the local area at all. It is also common for serial offenders to abduct their victims and drop their bodies off in unrelated locations to confuse investigators. Let's be a bit more specific. The dumpster Jane Doe was found was located off Kaiser Road and Old Perkins Road. Though the original dumpster was taken as evidence, the area has been cleared now to enlarge the road. There are seemingly endless speculations on who, where, and why Jane Doe was killed. Some think she could have been part of the ever-growing human trafficking epidemic. This was particularly bad at the time, especially for Asian immigrant women who were often vulnerable and easily manipulated. While reading write-ups on this case, I stumbled upon a Reddit post which mentioned that in Georgia at the time, while these women came from a variety of nationalities, many were Asian and a particularly high number of them were originally from China. It has been suggested that Jane Doe was a victim of human trafficking and could have worked in many of the illegal massage parlors or spas, which were merely a front for brothels and human trafficking. Some more interesting details that were noted at the time is that the man who initially found Jane Doe mentioned he did see a somewhat small brown car parked nearby. When he came back with his friends though, he noted the car was gone. I was able to find rumblings of additional reports of this alleged small car as well, but nothing damning would come of this report. During the interview process, the local police were told some interesting information from two children. They said they had been playing near the dumpster when they heard somebody crying out. They said it was mumbled, but it sounded like, "My baby, my baby." At around the same time, they claimed a car matching the description of a small brown car pulled up to the dumpster. They described a man and a woman who both looked to be in their 50s. They got out of the car and proceeded to throw something away. On top of these developments, when the police searched the dumpster further, they found a half-full gas can. It isn't really clear if they think this is related, but I figured I'd throw it in there anyway as well. Because we don't really have too terribly much to go off of at this point. It is speculated online though, that the killer probably planned to burn the body. At the time Jane Doe was discovered, many leads came in from the public, but all of them turned into dead ends almost as quickly as they had come in. Now, before I wrap up this case and open up the discussion in the comments with you guys, there are a few leads in this case. Now I know earlier, the only known witnesses to this event said they saw an older couple dropping something off in a car similar to the one reported. But the most significant lead involved a 23-year-old man named Johnny Young. Johnny was a Millen native, but lived in New Jersey at the time. Johnny was looked into after his friend called the police alluding that they should talk to Johnny about the murder. Even more interesting, Johnny's own uncle claimed to have seen him with a Puerto Rican woman who may have matched Jane Doe's description. Here's where things get even more questionable. Johnny's uncle goes on to claim his nephew was involved with two drug smugglers. According to the uncle and a woman who also lived in the community, one of these smugglers was dating this unidentified girl. Johnny had apparently ran away with both the smuggler's money and the girl. Johnny did admit to knowing one of the smugglers, but not the other one. He also stated that he had no knowledge of a Puerto Rican girl. The GBI was not able to find substantial evidence that Young had either been seen with such a woman or that she even existed. It would later come out that Johnny and his uncle indeed had a strained relationship. This may have influenced the uncle to say some out-of-hand statements. This sounds like it would end here, but it doesn't. In the summer of 1991, Deputy Campbell of the Jenkins County Sheriff's Office received a phone call from an anonymous caller in New Jersey. This caller claimed they knew who killed Jenkins County Jane Doe. The killer referred to Deputy Campbell by his first name and asked, quote, if he remembered that girl, and said that he was tired of running. According to this caller, he claimed he had tried to turn himself in to the New Jersey police, but they had not believed him. The caller told Deputy Campbell to come pick him up and hung up the phone. Deputy Campbell was never able to contact the caller again, but he strongly believes it was Johnny Young who called him that day. They eventually tracked down Johnny again and questioned him about the phone call. He, of course, denied that he had made the phone call and basically relayed the same story as the first interview. But he did add in some new details, like how his uncle and another man had showed him the dumpster at some point before Jane Doe had been found. The GBI re-interviewed Johnny's family and friends, but this would end up as a dead end as well. Since this initial lead though, no new information has been developed in this case. Johnny Young, the only suspect we had, died in 2006. Jane Doe's body was cremated by Crow Fields Funeral Home in Millen. It is unclear why they did this, as murder victims are usually not burned. But seeing as Millen is a small town, it isn't unfathomable that something like this would happen. Her DNA was never taken, even though the GBI is attempting to retrieve usable DNA from the bedding found with her remains. On the brighter side, her dental records and fingerprint could be used to help identify her. Many searches to find a match have been unsuccessful thus far. And with that, the story of the Jenkins County Jane Doe ends, at least for now. With this series, I am constantly looking to shed light on lesser known cases that are otherwise lost to time. Some of these cases may be old, but there is always hope to solve them and bring closure and justice to those involved. Much thanks to the Doe Network, the Charlie Project, local law enforcement, and of course the many internet sleuths out there who helped me make this documentary possible. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please be sure to give it a like and comment down below what your theory is. If you're new to the swamp, why not join us and hit that subscribe button. Turn on notifications to never miss a new video. I upload almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. What are your guys' thoughts on this case? What do you think happened? Do you think it was Johnny that ended up doing this and got away with it, or do you think there's somebody else out there? Personally, I'm kinda leaning more towards Johnny Young. It kinda just seems like it fits into place, and since he added that extra detail in the second interview saying that he had seen that exact dumpster before, it kinda just makes it a little strange. I don't know. But with all the conflicting, information given by alleged witnesses, it kinda makes it hard to really, I guess, make a solid conclusion. And with the body being gone and no DNA being around, we are kind of on slim pickings here. But I do have hope we can solve this.
I got in here about 4 o'clock in the morning, and as I got out of my pickup truck, I happened to look over in the northeast, and I seen that bright star, which I thought it was a star, shining down this way. So I goes in the inside, was in there for a few minutes, and came back out to get in my truck, and I looked over there again, and I thought to myself, oh, that's awful bright and awful low. And I just kept watching, and it's moving.
It's been a while since I last covered an unsolved mystery based around UFO sightings. I think the last one I did was the Warminster Thing documentary, which you guys seem to enjoy a lot. Thank you guys for the support on these videos. Today I am covering a much more recent mass UFO sighting, this time from our side of the Atlantic. A case unlike any other. A mass UFO sighting from all over Illinois. The patrons seeing this UFO, though, would mainly be police officers. These officers would chase down this UFO, but as the legend goes, this mystery was never solved. It was the early hours of the morning on January 5th, 2000, in Highland, Illinois. Most residents would still be in their beds enjoying their last minutes of slumber. Everything seemed as it should be, until a man named Melvin Knoll seemingly noticed something odd in the sky over his miniature golf course that he owned in the Highland area. For some location perspective, Highland, Illinois is roughly 25 miles or so from St. Louis, Missouri. Melvin was a truck driver in the off-season and would be out and about making deliveries at all hours of the day and night. Melvin was completing a delivery at around 4 a.m., and once he was finished, he decided to check on his miniature golf course and make sure nothing was out of the norm. While he was arriving to the course, he he noticed what he thought was a bright star in the sky to the northeast. Melvern Knoll would stop everything he was doing and observe this anomaly. Melvern quickly realized the light was heading in his direction. After a couple of minutes went by, Melvern noticed it was attached to a much larger object. He describes this object as being rectangular in shape and was roughly the size of a football field. Melvern also stated the object was tall and insanely massive all around. If you guys have watched my previous UFO documentary on the Warminster Thing UFO sightings, this rectangular shape was also mentioned in that case as well. Could this be a possible consistency between multiple different sightings around the world? Melvern thought he better report this to the police. He drove down to the station and reported it. He didn't want to come off as a drunk or someone not sound of mind with a phone call. After relaying further information to the police, Melvern stated the object had multiple windows that lined the side of the object. Each of these windows had intense white glowing lights coming from within them. When the object got close, Melvern was able to see a plethora of dim red lights on the belly of the object. Melvern could not be sure, but he thought the object was black or a dark gray in color. The speed of the object couldn't be determined by Melvern, but he mentioned it seemed to be moving at a rather slow pace. The entirety of this sighting would last roughly 5 minutes or so. This doesn't end here though. This UFO would seemingly travel all around the surrounding areas. The Highland Police Department dispatcher sent this over to the Lebanon Police Department, who has jurisdiction over the area.
Lebanon just received a call from Highland PD. Reference to a truck driver just stopped in and said there was a flying object in the area of Lebanon. It was like a 2-story house. It had white lights and red blinking lights, and it was last seen southwest over Lebanon. Leslie, could you check the area?
Officer Ed Barton would be the first to respond to the call at around 4:15 a.m. Of course, Officer Barton was skeptical of this claim at first. I can't blame anyone for being a bit apprehensive about checking on an alleged UFO that is being described as a literal flying building. Initially, Officer Barton asked the dispatcher if this was some sort of joke. They assured him they were not ribbing him, and this was indeed a serious call. Officer Barton proceeded to the call. He drove toward the north end of town, just past Homer Park. He claims to have seen nothing in the sky on this drive. He then followed Whitacus Road as it takes you from the north side to the east toward Route 4. Suddenly, about halfway down the road, Officer Barton witnessed 2 large white lights in the sky. Officer Barton would go on to explain that these lights seemed to be very close to each other, almost as if they were connected together in some way. He mentioned the lights were so powerful and radiant that the light beams reminded him of the Japanese rising sun battle flag from World War II. This intrigued him, and he began to make his way closer to the strange object in the sky. As Officer Barton arrived at Route 4, he began to go south heading toward Lebanon. As he was driving, he had a clear view of the lights to his left. At many points, he would switch from watching the road in front of him to watching the phenomenal lights. He noticed the 2 lights seemed to have merged into one very bright light now. At this point, Barton turned on his overhead lights, thinking this may be an aircraft in distress. As Officer Barton made his way into town, he noticed the lights were now in an elongated cigar shape. They seemed to not be moving anywhere and staying stagnant. He guessed it would have been over the nearby town of Summerfield. At this point, Barton parked and got out of his vehicle. Barton noticed no sound of any kind coming from this object. The ship approached him, and he noted the object was not a cigar shape but a triangular shape. It was described as being massive, around 75 feet in length and roughly 40 or so feet in width. Each corner had an absolutely massive bright light on each corner. Barton estimated that the object was no more than 1,000 feet above the ground. This would be when Barton radioed into Central Command, letting them know what he was seeing. You can hear some of the transmission here.
Be advised, there's a very bright white light east of town. Looks like it's just east of Summerfield, and it keeps changing colors. I'll go over there and see if maybe it's an aircraft. It doesn't look like an aircraft, though.
There are moments where you can hear Officer Barton stutter and pause. These are the moments Barton claims the object suddenly accelerated dramatically. The movement was so quick he could hardly track it with his eyes, according to Barton. Officer Barton's encounter with this object would end as he radioed in the object would be in the area of Shiloh by the looks of it. Just a stone's throw away, 8 miles southwest, Officer David Martin from the Shiloh Police Department radioed to dispatch that he could see something odd in the sky.
2550, I see something, but I don't know what that is.
Right around the time Officer Martin said he saw something odd in the sky is when Officer Barton said he could no longer see the object. Martin was patrolling the south end of Shiloh at the time when he suddenly noticed the object in the sky.
I had looked up in the sky and observed this huge arrow-shaped, triangular-shaped object just floating in the sky right in the open field right over here. And it had 3 big bright lights lighting up the entire sky just beneath the flying object.
Martin said he saw 3 distinct bright lights, all which were facing downwards toward the ground. He mentioned that the lights did not seem to be illuminating anything under them though. Small green and red lights were dimly shining on the back of the object according to Officer Martin. From his best guess, Martin suggested that the object was easily only 1,000 feet in the air. He thought the object would have to be 75 to 100 yards wide. Throughout the entire sighting, Officer Martin was driving slowly. His windows were also rolled down, and he could hear no sound emanating from this massive object. He eventually pulled over and got out of his car for a better look at this thing. At this time though, much like before, this object picked up insane speed and took off toward the west. Officer Martin would note that the object went from roughly 15 miles per hour to easily over 100 miles per hour in no more than a few seconds' time. Officer Martin's encounter with this object would end with him requesting dispatch to call the Scott Air Force Base to see if they had anything deployed. They claimed they had nothing deployed at the time. Just a few minutes later in the nearby town of Millstad, Officer Craig Stevens was on patrol when he heard the radio chatter about the odd object. His curiosity piqued, Stevens drove around the town of Millstad, trying to find anything he could, trying to just catch a glimpse of this thing.
I've got that object inside also.
Are you serious?
It's huge.
10-4.
Suddenly, Officer Stevens came upon this massive object in the sky. Stevens would claim to catch a photo and sketch what he saw and created a report that he presented to the police chief. Stevens, like everyone else, estimated the object to be only about 1,000 feet above the ground. It was flying very slowly at what seemed to be a casual pace. He noted no noise was seemingly coming from the object as well. He watched the object head north. It had white lights on the sides and center and a singular red light on the bottom. So far, most of the eyewitness reports have been fairly consistent outside of the lights and the shape of this object. The last notable sighting would come not long after from DuPont, Illinois. Like a few of the previous officers, this anonymous officer heard the radio chatter and decided to have a look for himself. No more than 5 minutes after the Millstad sighting, this officer was seeing what he claimed to be the same mysterious object in DuPont.
From the time they told me that Millstad had seen it, I drove probably about 5 miles down the highway and pulled off the side of the road to look, and another officer from a neighboring town came up, and I told him what I was doing. We both laughed about it and made a few jokes, and he left, and I got back in my car and went maybe a quarter mile, and I seen something in the sky.
The officer claimed to have seen multiple bright lights, but this officer mentioned the object was high in altitude, unlike the others who claimed the object was no more than 1,000 feet in the air. It was apparently so high in the sky that the officer would never have even noticed it flying above if he hadn't been extra vigilant due to the radio chatter.
I'm not sure if this thing item that you said, it's one here appears to be pretty high in the area. When I first seen it, with binoculars, you can see the different colors. Now it just appears to be white.
This officer claimed the object stayed steady toward the east of DuPont. The officer states he did observe the object through binoculars, but wasn't able to get a clear look at it, but could tell there were multiple lights on this object. Much like the others, this anonymous officer stated there were white lights on the ends of the object and red lights in the center.
He cannot discern a shape or size of this object though. Now, there are civilian witnesses as well, but in the interest of keeping this video at a consumable length, I will skip over those as they don't offer too much more testimony to what we've already heard. From the reports and timeline of the radio chatter, we can pretty much piece together a direction of where this object may have been going. From the first sighting in Highland to the last sighting in Dupo, we can determine it traveled exclusively in the southwest of Illinois. The object flew right by the Scott Air Force Base and began to slow down around the Shiloh area. It began to suddenly increase in speed again around Millstadt, and then began to change course toward the northwest. Now, I know many of you are going to be thinking, how could this alleged object that is so big, bright, and attention demanding go unnoticed by the Air Force? Well, I had this exact same question, so I dug around online and found a Reddit post which had a very interesting interview with the anonymous police officer from Dupo and the Scott Air Force Base. The Scott Air Force Base was asked if they saw or reported anything from that morning. They stated they received no calls about the object except the media in the aftermath of the sightings. They also state no one on the grounds of the base has reported seeing anything. They finished their statement by saying they did not track any objects via radar since radar services for the area were provided by the nearby Lambert St. Louis International Airport. The base stands firm that they were not operating any aircraft that morning. And with that, the story of the Illinois mass UFO sightings by police ends. Or does it? With this story, like many others I have covered in the past, being unsolved, the possibility of more information or a solid conclusion is still very real. It is my ultimate goal to reveal these potential leads by documenting these stories that are otherwise lost to time. This story, like many other UFO sightings, does have its fair share of inaccuracies in the descriptions given by the witnesses. The biggest difference I can find is between the initial report from Melvern Knoll and the police officers. Melvern describes a large rectangular-shaped object, while the others all mention a triangular-shaped object. This could be explained away by simple deductions such as angles, lighting, and obstructed views. I also have to mention that the color of lights and configurations of lights seem to vary between sightings as well. It is definitely possible that the witnesses made errors in their judgments and observations. There are many theories for why the descriptions vary. Some think the object could have been slowly changing shape over time, while others think there could have been multiple different objects in the sky that morning. Ultimately, this is one of the most anomalous and interesting cases of mass UFO sightings I have ever come across. There are so many possibilities as to what these objects could be. Whether they're alien, human, or something entirely different, the fact that something is watching us from above terrifies me. What do you think happened that morning in Illinois? Did these police officers all mistake something? Was there something more going on at Scott Air Force Base? Maybe we will never know. But I will keep asking and casting a light on the unknown.
Being a military brat for 21 years and being into aircraft anyways, I can pretty much tell you what kind of plane it is by the engine noise. And then I figured I would call Scott myself and say, hey, look, you got some pilot hot dogging out here, that kind of thing. And there was no noise. None. And when I read reports that the military were saying, well, if it was a B-2 with its flaps down, blah, 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 well, okay, that's fine, but they still make noise. I mean, that's the most, but yeah, you can't see them on radar, but they make noise, all aircraft that I know of. And again, I don't know of all the R&D aircraft. However, all the ones that I do know of, they make some kind of noise.
Thanks for watching this documentary on what happened with the Illinois mass UFO sighting.
Four young people murdered after they were kidnapped from work at the Burger Chef restaurant in Speedway.
The Speedway Police Department and the Indiana State Police announced that the bodies of Jane C. Freed, age 20, Mark S. Flemons, age 17, Daniel R. Davis, age 16, Ruth E. Shelton, age 17, have been discovered late this afternoon in Johnson County, Indiana.
It's been 35 years.
This case takes absolute priority over all other matters at this time.
The scene was never really processed as a crime scene.
But it was a crime scene. A couple found the four young people murdered. Their bodies 20 miles away, scattered in a wooded area off State Road 37 in Johnson County. They were killed 3 different ways.
How many of you have fond memories of going out to your favorite fast food restaurant with your friends or family? Whether it be McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, or one of the many other chains out there, it is safe to say that the last thing we would expect is to be face to face with life or death while simply enjoying your food. Well, in the late hours of November 17th, 1978, the small town of Speedway, Indiana, was shaken to its very core by this very nightmare. In Speedway's entire history, only 2 homicides have been recorded before the tragedies that occurred in the year of 1978. Before we get into this story though, I need to add some context and information to better understand these events. This is the disturbing story of the Burger Chef murders. To start off, I should give you a brief rundown of what Burger Chef is. Burger Chef was a pretty popular fast food chain that was founded in 1954 in Indianapolis, Indiana. The chain had enjoyed some pretty solid success until they folded in 1996, roughly about 25 years ago. Burger Chef, at its peak, had over 1,000 locations across the United States and Canada. In 1982, the General Foods Corporation eventually sold the trademark to Hardee's, also known as Carl's Jr. Now that we have the basic understanding of the establishment this all took place in, we can now look into the more gruesome details of the story. It was 11 p.m. on Friday night at the Speedway Burger Chef location. 4 young employees were closing the restaurant and preparing to leave. These employees were 20-year-old assistant manager Jane Freed, 16-year-olds Daniel Davis and Mark Flemons, and 18-year-old Ruth Shelton. Sometime between 11 p.m. and midnight, something truly odd happened. Because at midnight, a fellow employee stops by and noticed the 4 employees were nowhere to be found. This coworker noticed the entire restaurant was empty, and upon further investigation, noticed a door to the safe was left open, and the back door was also left open. As any sane person would do, this employee called the police ASAP. Police arrived at the scene shortly after receiving the call. According to reports, the police did not seemingly take this all that seriously initially. The reported loss from the safe was only around $581, which in today's money would be roughly around $2,300. There were no real signs of struggle, and all the police found were 2 empty currency bags and an empty roll of tape. One of the saddest parts of this story, though, is the lack of diligence behind the initial investigation. Authorities, for whatever reason, seemed to be convinced that the young employees simply robbed the Burger Chef and went off on a spree for fun. This theory and lack of actual effort put into the investigation gave the Burger Chef manager the right to clean up the crime scene. This act, perhaps unknowingly to the manager, completely wiped out most of the vital evidence needed to piece the puzzle together and solve this case. Police thought, since there was no obvious sign of struggle, that this was likely a case of embezzlement, though hundreds of dollars worth of coins had been left untouched. To make things even odder, all the belongings of the employees were left behind. If they stole the money and went on the run, wouldn't they take their purses, important identification, and jackets? As mentioned before, the scene was cleaned up due to this assumption. I don't know about you guys watching, but if I had been robbed and 4 of my employees were missing, the last thing I would do is clean up the crime scene and forget it ever happened. Local Speedway police officer Buddy Ellwanger admitted that the investigation wasn't the best, even being quoted as saying, "We screwed it up from the beginning. The crime scene was not only cleaned up, but there were no photos taken of the scene before it was cleaned." I know,
I cover a lot of cases that seem to have a heavy smell of lazy investigating. This has to be one of the worst I have covered when it comes to lazy investigations. The following Saturday morning, the 4 employees did not show up, and Jane Freed's car, a 70s Chevrolet Vega, was found parked across the town with the doors partially locked. Concern among the town began to grow. It started to become crystal clear that the employees were abducted while closing that night. It is thought the attack may have started as they began to take out the trash from the back door. Aside from that though, officials have virtually no clue what could have happened. On Sunday afternoon, a couple of hikers came across 4 bodies roughly 20 miles away, tucked into a rural area of woods in Johnson County. The horrors did not end there though. Oh no. Things are about to get much worse. Daniel Davis and Ruth Shelton had been shot with a .38 caliber firearm multiple times, execution style. Jane Freed was stabbed 2 times in the chest. She had been stabbed with such force that the knife had broken off inside of her chest. Mark Flemons was beaten to death with what was speculated to be a chain of some sort. Ultimately, Mark died from choking on his own blood. All 4 were still wearing their Burger Chef uniforms. Money, watches, and other valuables were found on the victims, which may show robbery was not the only motive behind this killing. This is sadly where the case runs cold. Since the crime scene was erased almost as soon as it was discovered, and the police not taking this seriously until over a day had passed, this case never had a chance. As always, with any unsolved cold case, there are many speculations and theories as to what may have happened here. I am of course going to cover these and share my own thoughts. The most popular theory I have seen people pass around is that this was a robbery gone wrong. Some think that maybe one or all of the victims recognized the perpetrators and they decided to get rid of the loose ends. Mark Flemons was not scheduled to work that day. In fact, he was covering for another employee. Officials think that maybe he was the one who recognized the killers, since they would not have planned on him being there. This theory would make sense if this was an inside job of sorts. If one of the ex or current employees were behind this, then it would be entirely possible that they knew when the Burger Chef would be closed and when they would be taking out the garbage. If someone did recognize them, I guess it would be justification in the robber's mind to kill them. While this theory is the leading one by far, there is possibly evidence that could point in other directions. On the night of the murders, an unnamed eyewitness claims to have seen 2 suspicious men in a car outside of the Burger Chef a little before closing time. Apparently, the men were both Caucasian and looked to be in their 30s. One was clean shaven with light-colored hair, and the other had a beard. The police created clay models of the suspects in an attempt to further the investigation. The evidence that points in a different direction from an inside job doesn't end there. Later that year, a man in a local bar in a nearby city called Greenwood bragged that he had been involved in the killings. Police did find the man and apparently questioned him. He passed a polygraph test and was set free. As many of us know, polygraphs are incredibly unreliable and are easily beaten. This man did share some information of an alleged fast food robbery gang, which according to officials had been on their radar. They were starting to think this gang may have been a part of this crime. This actually didn't turn out to be a complete farce and waste of time. While following up on those prospective leads, officials cited a man who looked almost exactly like their suspect recreation in Franklin, Indiana. The man was summoned to a police lineup. Oddly, the man shaved his beard the night before the lineup, for the first time in over 5 years. Not to mention, his neighbor, who was not named by the mystery man in the bar, had been sent to prison recently over strong-arm robberies with a shotgun. Even more interesting,
Another suspect who looked an awful lot like the light-haired man from the witness testimony was also sent to prison for robbing fast food restaurants. This is ultimately why I covered this case. This is just like the recent unsolved murder cases I have covered. The police have all the pieces to the mystery, but no confession to make it all clear. Even after offering numerous plea deals, the suspects would just not speak to the police. Speculation at the time claimed these murders were connected to the other crimes that had been happening in the area. Some think the Speedway bombings from September that same year could have been connected. But after officials solved that crime, they determined that it had nothing to do with the Burger Chef murders. The unsolved murder of Julius Cyphers was also commonly said to have been connected to this crime in some way. But this is unlikely, as it is tied to Brett Kimberlin and the aforementioned Speedway bombings. Officials investigated this case all around the country, though. They cast a wide net across Indiana, Ohio, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Texas. But sadly, it looks like they never really found any evidence or leads that may help solve the case. Officer Ken York, who was one of the original investigators on the case, mentioned it is highly suspicious that the Greenwood suspect and the bearded suspect had both died from suicide and an apparent heart attack just after the release of the armed robber who was named by the man from the bar. Now, there are many other theories I could cover that I have read on the internet and in a few write-ups about this case. To save some time and to keep this video at a consumable length, I will cover one last theory that honestly may be the most plausible. We have heard everything from an inside job to fast food robbery gangs. This theory is a bit more basic, but does have a lot of evidence to back it up, maybe even more so than the others. In 1984, Detective Mel Wilsey of the Marion County Sheriff's Department got a call from an inmate currently serving a 95-year prison sentence for sexual assault. This man's name was Donald Forrester. He claimed to have been involved in the murders and was willing to confess and give officials all the details of the crime. He wanted to make a deal in order to avoid being sent to an infamously violent Indiana state prison. At first, the whole thing seemed too good to be true, but when David Forrester started relaying information that matched up to the crime, officials began to pay closer attention. Donald was a career criminal and was in fact living in Speedway at the time of the murders. Detective Wilsey got a court order to bring Forrester to Marion County, where he would confess to shooting Daniel Davis and Ruth Shelton. He led police to where the bodies were found in the woods. He accurately described the way the bodies were found and how they were killed. He also knew the knife handle was broken, which was not known to many. Donald Forrester would go on to claim Jane Freed's brother owned money to a rather big drug deal, so he and 3 others had gone to Burger Chef to threaten and scare her. Mark Flemons intervened in an attempt to protect Jane, and a fight broke out. Mark was knocked down, and his head was hit on the bumper. Thinking Mark was dead, Donald and the others abducted the 4 employees and killed them to ensure no witnesses remain. Donald was adamant that he only killed Daniel and Ruth by shooting them. He claims the other men killed Mark and Jane. He led police to a river he claimed to have thrown the gun into. After searching this river, though, the police were unable to obtain the gun. Donald's ex-wife claimed he drove her out to the wooded area to pick up spent bullet casings, and when they returned home, he flushed them. After officials searched the septic tank of the home, which was now owned by a completely different family, they did find spent .38 caliber shell casings. Sadly, after someone in the sheriff's office leaked information that Donald Forrester was working with the police, he stopped giving any information and claimed he had been coerced into his confession. Donald Forrester would never speak a word to authorities about this again, and would die in prison at the age of 55 from cancer. Despite the hundreds of thousands of hours put into this investigation, police are no closer to solving this crime.
even after a $25,000 reward was offered by a burger chef themselves. No information has ever been obtained. This case remains officially unsolved. With the advancements of DNA investigation, this case could potentially be opened again and solved. With there being so many conflicting stories and the poor police work at the start, this case really deserves more coverage in the media and a fair investigation. I hate the outcome of this case, simply because I can't honestly say I 100% believe in any one of these theories. I do believe Donald Forrester was involved. He had to have, at the very least, been a part of the crime to have known the information that he did. Was Donald a part of the fast food robbery gang with all these other men? Was this truly the work of a robbery gone wrong? With all the details pointing more toward a robbery turned quadruple homicide, why is the inside job scenario still the leading theory? I guess we may never know, but it is my hope that with this series I can shine a bit of light on these otherwise dark cases that are lost to time.
November 17th, 1978. 4 fast food workers disappeared from a restaurant on Crawfordsville Road at closing time. Days later, hikers found their bodies over 20 miles away in a remote part of Johnson County.
Well, this area through here was a lot heavier brush, some larger trees, smaller trees.
Former state police investigator Ken York visited the site with Eyewitness News 15 years ago. He retired before solving the crime, but he believes that somewhere between 2 to 4 people did it.
Thanks for watching this video on what happened in the Burger Chef killings. Honestly, I really don't know what to believe in this one. The final theory we covered in this video seems like the most probable to me, so I think I might have to be inclined to follow that one for now. If any of you guys have any theories or ideas that you would like to share, please comment them down below. I would love to start a nice conversation about this. If you guys enjoyed this video, please hit that like button, as it really does help me out a ton. The more likes this video gets, the more YouTube promotes it to fresh new eyes, and the more eyes we can get on these cases, the more potential we have to help.